For you, not the insurance company, Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer.
Two ties broken. Two ways. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. One was at a baseball game, which we'll get to. The first one, though, the Senate.
On this vote, the yeas are 50 and the nays are 50. The Senate being equally divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative, and the motion is agreed to.
Vice President Vance's vote advances what called a rescissions package to claw back more than $9 billion in already appropriated federal funds targeted by DOGE. Most of it comes from the U.S. Agency for International Development. The rest is funding for public broadcasting like PBS and NPR, which Republicans say have a liberal bias. Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer says that'll affect
local news throughout the country, including in rural areas that lack broadband and other options.
Senators will next consider amendments before a final vote. House Speaker Mike Johnson's the highest-ranking Republican, calling for the Justice Department to release more information about Jeffrey Epstein after a DOJ report that Epstein did commit suicide in jail. There was no foul play while awaiting trial in New York on charges of sex trafficking underage girls, and did not leave behind a client list. Many conservatives don't believe that. President Trump claims allegations of the list was made up, but told reporters,
credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
The president said that after an innovation summit in Pittsburgh.
We're building a future where American workers will forge the steel, produce the energy, build the factories, and really run a country like I believe like this country has never been run before.
Private companies in the U.S. pledging billions to focus on artificial intelligence data centers. Now to that drama in Atlanta, the All-Star game tied 6-6 after 9 innings. They decided to winner with a home run derby for the first time ever.
In the swing.
Kyle Schwarber ended up winning it for the National League on Fox, beating the AL. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Emily Campagno, and I'm taking you inside the Idaho murders. In Moscow, Idaho, a small college town, one case so violent and heartbreaking shocked the nation. 4 students were found brutally murdered in their off-campus home, prompting a cross-country search for the cold-blooded killer. The Fox True Crime Podcast presents Inside the Idaho Murders, the evidence, the manhunt, the killer, and the victims. Coming soon to foxtruecrime.com.
I'm Dana Perino. This week on Perino on Politics, I'm joined by Executive Vice President at Targeted Victory, Matt Gorman.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcast.com. Must listen to podcasts from Fox News Audio.
Following Fox's initial donation to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund, our generous viewers have answered the call to action across all Fox platforms and have helped raise $6.5 million. Visit go.fox/TX Flood Relief to support relief and rebuilding efforts.
He's pledging to make the UN great again. Mike Waltz, the nominee to be the U.S. ambassador, had a confirmation hearing at the Senate.
President Trump has brought dozens of hostages home, justice for our Abbey Gate Gold Star families, secured the border, denied Iran a nuclear weapon, brought ceasefires to conflicts in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Yet there is still tremendous work to be done.
But Democrats are worried about proposed cutbacks in UN funding. Senator Jeanne Shaheen says that would benefit China.
I don't think most Americans want to live in a world where the Chinese Communist Party is driving the agenda.
Democrats also question Waltz about Signalgate when, as the Trump National Security Advisor, he inadvertently invited a journalist into a secure chat about U.S. military action against militants in Yemen. But Waltz told a skeptical Senator Chris Coons
there was no classified information exchange.
For sensitive military this, you were sharing details about an upcoming airstrike.
Another hearing in the House focused on drone warfare, which Russia and Ukraine are both involved in.
Republican Florida Congressman Carlos Jimenez called drones a tool of modern warfare that leads to a constant, everyday danger.
Potential for a coordinated drone attack in an airport, seaport, or mass gathering is a credible and growing threat.
Tom Walker is a former Navy officer and the CEO of a drone company. He testified the threat is already here, citing more than 300 unauthorized flights over more than 100 military bases.
We do not have an integrated national framework for drone oversight.
Church Hutton, a combat veteran who now works for a leading drone company, warned,
"We'll either address these issues now before we suffer a major drone attack in the homeland, or we'll address them afterward."
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are mixed. The day after the Dow plunged 436 points, but the NASDAQ rose to a record high. I'm Dave Anthony, and this is Fox News.
This is Albert Mohler for Townhall.com. He was the towering preacher of his age. John Fullerton MacArthur Jr., known to so many as Pastor John, has died after more than a half-century of faithful preaching. John MacArthur was the son and grandson of preachers. He became pastor of Grace Community Church in Sun Valley, California, just as the state was exploding. John was a master expositor of Scripture, and his straightforward preaching built his church, then built a larger preaching ministry, then a vast reach by radio, and then a movement to encourage and train preachers from all over the world. He was president of the Masters University and the Masters Seminary and the founder of Grace to You, which now makes tens of thousands of hours of John's preaching available 24/7. He completed the preaching of the entire New Testament verse by verse in 2011 and kept preaching. He was a man of courage and Christian character. He was my dear friend. I thank God for the life and legacy of John MacArthur.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
Your business is under attack 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways, and cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right, installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you, and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling, doing it right since 1959.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
It's July 16th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Personal Chef's Day. Now, there is a difference between a personal and private chef. A private chef usually has a single client who they live with and do all their meal preparation, whereas a personal chef may have multiple clients and deliver meals to many people on a daily or weekly basis. Being a personal chef is not an easy job, so today is meant to acknowledge the accomplishments of this specialized profession. Also on this date, in 1790, Congress declared Washington in the District of Columbia the permanent capital of the United States. And in 1945, the first detonation of a nuclear bomb took place at the Trinity site in New Mexico as part of the Manhattan Project. If it's your birthday today, you share it with Hall of Fame football coach Jimmy Johnson.
And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys? Yeah!
Born in 1943. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Let me take a moment to talk about one of our loyal sponsors, QC Kinetics, Regenerative Medicine. You've been hearing their ads on the station for 2 years, and the response from listeners has been exciting and emotional. So many are getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to stem cell therapy from QC Kinetics. In fact, 92% of patients report satisfaction with their results. Even Joe Rogan loves it. AM 560 listener Tracy is proud to report she is a new QC Kinetics customer. If you're stuck in a cycle of painful steroid shots and considering surgery, stop now and contact my friends at QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation to learn how regenerative medicine, using your own body's biologic healing properties, can help your body heal itself. This is advanced cellular therapy. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Weekend appointments are available. This could be life-changing, so call today to learn more and see if you're a candidate. Call 312-809-5955. Tell them Dan Prof sent you when you do. That's 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We couldn't decide if we needed in-home care for Dad.
Right. Just some help here and there with bathing, organizing his meds, a walk through the neighborhood.
Oh, exactly. But everywhere we looked, we had a 4-hour minimum. It was more care than he needed. And it didn't make sense to spend extra for it.
Then we found Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. No minimum hours. We were shocked.
Now a caregiver stops by once or twice a week for just an hour or two to help with the small things that make a big difference.
And Mom loves the visits. It's not just help. It's companionship.
At Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, we understand that not every family needs round-the-clock care. We serve DuPage, Cook, Kane, Kendall, and Will counties. We conduct free in-home assessments, and we guarantee compatibility. Call Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest today at 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
Chicagoland traffic. The Ike, the Stevenson, the dreaded 294. You sitting in traffic is not time well spent. Time is money.
Oh, come on, man. What's the slowdown for?
Especially when you're trying to do your own company deliveries.
What is happening up there? I got things to deliver.
But instead of sitting there getting more and more frustrated,
please, can we go any slower?
You could be back at the shop getting work done.
I should have stayed at work and actually worked.
Get Quick Delivery Service to battle the traffic for you. They'll make your deliveries while you get other things done. Quick Delivery Service makes it easy. No forms, no labels, no scanning. They'll deliver large pallets of materials to important documents. Simply tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going. They'll pick it up and get it to your destination quickly. Plus, your deliveries are tracked with real-time GPS notifications. Visit QuickDelivery.com and stay out of traffic.
Oh no, this exit's closed?
Call now for a free quote. 847-534-2244 or go to QuickDelivery.com.
For months, you've been hearing ads about Virago Immune Support. I have to tell you, this stuff is for real. I had an occasion to not be feeling well on a remote broadcast. I took it, and it is the real deal. And the stronger your immune system, the stronger your body defends against diseases, viruses, and everything else. That's why Dr. Huber created Virago, a liquid immune booster supplement. You take it daily. It's a blend of 23 nutraceuticals working in synergy to maximize effects and boost your immune system. It's the nutraceutical cocktail for an immune system, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. Virago even protects your heart, your kidneys, your liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Do yourself and your spouse a favor. Order a bottle of Virago today online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just one light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981. A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners, all-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
This is Albert Mohler for townhall.com. He was the towering preacher of his age. John Fullerton MacArthur Jr., known to so many as Pastor John, has died after more than a half-century of faithful preaching. John MacArthur was the son and grandson of preachers. He became pastor of Grace Community Church in Sun Valley, California, just as the state was exploding. John was a master expositor of Scripture, and his straightforward preaching built his church, then built a larger preaching ministry, then a vast reach by radio, and then a movement to encourage and train preachers from all over the world. He was president of the Masters University and the Masters Seminary and the founder of Grace to You, which now makes tens of thousands of hours of John's preaching available 24/7. He completed the preaching of the entire New Testament verse by verse in 2011 and kept preaching. He was a man of courage and Christian character. He was my dear friend. I thank God for the life and legacy of John MacArthur.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Experience a luxurious summer when you visit Trump International Hotel and Towers, Chicago, a Forbes Travel Guide 5-star hotel. Take in stunning views of the Chicago skyline from the heart of the city, steps away from the iconic Magnificent Mile and the revitalized Riverwalk. Treat yourself to exquisite dining at Terra 16 Restaurant and Rebar Lounge, overlooking the Chicago River and Lake Michigan. Catch the Navy Pier fireworks display from Terra 16's patio on Wednesdays and Saturdays all summer long. Relax in immaculately designed suites that offer the utmost level of comfort. Refresh in the state-of-the-art spa featuring a 75-foot swimming pool, steam and sauna rooms, relaxation lounge, and more. The Trump Hotel Chicago offers sophistication and elegance to downtown Chicago and is a convenient travel destination for your summer getaway. Simply visit Trump Chicago online to make your reservations today and search offers to find the never settle summer stay. Book today.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions. With their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions, they have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Why don't we do one of those one-day bathroom remodels?
Well, because I don't want a generic bathroom that looks like it belongs at a campsite.
Fair. I'd love something that fits us. A bigger shower, safety grab bars, better lighting, heated floors.
Let's go with Forever Remodeling. There's no templates. Every design is unique and exactly what we want.
At Forever Remodeling, no two bathrooms are ever the same. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
The Dinesh D'Souza Podcast, now available on the Salem Podcast Network.
Probably heard, but you don't have to take your shoes off anymore when you go to the airport. This really shows you how stupid government bureaucracy is. One guy takes off his shoes, everybody freaks out, and then for 20 years, all the airlines across the country make tens of millions of people actually pull their shoes off.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com. Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds, possibly a thunderstorm later this afternoon. Expect a high of 92. Tonight, there may be isolated thunderstorms early, then mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 74. Tomorrow will be hot and humid with a blend of clouds and sunshine. A few thunderstorms likely in the afternoon. Look for a high of 90. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and Chicago is awarded another distinction. The flagship city for nationwide Good Trouble protest announcing Trump. That's coming right up Thursday, like tomorrow. More than 1,000 demonstrations honoring civil rights icon John Lewis. But the real purpose is to just another predicate to get hysterical in the direction of the Trump administration, particularly with respect to border security and immigration law enforcement, I suspect. More than 1,000 demonstrations decrying Trump set to kick off in Chicago and across the country on Thursday. The event borrows the phrase since Stop the Oligarchy wasn't really catching fire. Now they're trying to riff off of John Lewis's get in good trouble, necessary trouble. So now violence in the streets will be euphemized as good trouble, mostly peaceful trouble. Let Thursday be a reminder that we still have to make America become that multiracial democracy we will share. Said Black Voters Matter. Black Lives Matter, another phrase that doesn't have the cachet it once had. So Black Voters Matter legal director during a virtual event previewing Thursday's festivities. Let America become that multiracial democracy we all share. I've got some good news for you, legal director for Black Votes Matter. That has been achieved. We're there. My intuition was right. The release from organizers, they plan to respond to the Trump administration's policies targeting, they say, immigrants. We understand illegal immigrants. Black and brown people and trans people. I can't wait for the specifics. Kicks off at Daley Plaza. You want to plan your travel schedule accordingly. Kicks off at Daley Plaza, 5 p.m. The latest coordinated effort to call out Trump's policies after Stop Oligarchy and No Kings sort of fizzled. But, of course, according to state-run media, the NPR Times here in Chicago, they've drawn thousands of people to public squares nationwide. Thousands nationwide in a country of 350 million people. By the way, hoping that the state propaganda arm, now sort of the quasi-resistance propaganda arm, or outlets like the NPR Times will perhaps not be so flush, I mean, relatively speaking, at the hands of forced extraction of other people's money because, you know, NPR is on the chopping block for the rescission moves that are happening in the Senate, well, in Congress, but in the Senate currently. We'll talk to Steve Moore a little bit later in the show about that. But just about those thousands in the streets that organically congregated last month for the No Kings protests, that organically show up for Comrade Bernie and Socialist Spice Girl AOC and their Stop Oligarchy tour of goodwill. This was interesting. I mean, I'm not surprised by this because I'm aware of the existence of vendors who provide this service to political organizations. But Adam Stewart is the president of a company called Crowds on Demand. And he was on News Nation talking about what he had been offered by organizers of the Good Trouble protests that are kicking off this Thursday in Chicago.
Have the organizers of the July 17th demonstrations approached you?
Interests aligned with the organizers of the July 17th movement have approached us. And in fact, we rejected an offer that probably is worth around $20 million.
$20 million?
Correct. I mean, this is a nationwide thing, right? It's not to say I would have made $20 million personally, but the value of the contract would have been worth around that amount nationwide to organize huge demonstrations around the country. But personally, I just don't think it's effective. So I'm not trying to call myself virtuous for rejecting it. What I'm saying is I'm rejecting it not because I don't want to take the business, but because, frankly, this is going to be ineffective. It's going to make us all look bad.
So I asked Swart who exactly offered him the $20 million. That, of course, was the natural question, but he says he would not say, says he does not talk about who exactly his clients are, that it would be bad for business, and he's been in business for 15 years, and he has to turn down a lot of contracts. But, interesting, $20 million is it's a lot of money.
Oh, Brian, quickly, before I let you go, did he explain about why he doesn't want to be involved with Thursday's protests?
Well, he said he had some concern about violence based on what he's seen in the past, but mostly he just doesn't think that it's productive or really making a difference, big picture, about how the country feels about President Trump. And he says he just didn't want to get involved.
Yeah. Well, imagine somebody on the left that has the appropriate spidey senses in context. He's watching what these other efforts have devolved into and saying, maybe I don't want to be a part of that. Maybe octogenarians seeking folk songs about government employees, maybe that's not inflaming the passions of the populace. And maybe if he seems to be a man of the center left, I'm talking about the head of this crowdsourcing, essentially, literally crowdsourcing operation. This doesn't advance our flag. And, oh, by the way, I'm not surprised that the soaring rhetoric of Hakeem Jeffries isn't penetrating the public consciousness, but at least he doesn't want to be part of trying to perpetrate a fraud, because I suppose it's that level of inauthenticity that is why his fellow travelers are in the political position they're in at present. So anyway, Good Trouble protests, come one, come few, Daily Plaza, 5 p.m. We'll see what rabble shows up this time. Probably will look very similar to the previous iterations of these sorts of efforts, with the same not marginalized, just marginal people and shiftless ne'er-do-wells who have nothing better to do than decry the freedom that allows them to behave in such a boorish manner. Hopefully no violence, hopefully actually peaceful, not mostly peaceful. But it's interesting that somebody who is an operative on their side is concerned about violence, and that's News Nation reporting it, not Fox. Mark in Oak Lawn, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, thanks for taking my call. You're doing a great job. Really love your show. That AOC and Bernie Sanders, they're a joke. They're flying around in the country in these private jets, just spewing a lot of hate towards Trump. And they're talking about global warming, and they're doing just the opposite of trying to help anything, with these private jets. It's such a joke. And then I heard Al Gore the other day. He was spewing a lot of hate towards Trump, saying that, he isn't helping in the Ukraine war. He's saying that Ukraine started the war. And the truth was they had a peace treaty years ago, but Hillary and Victoria Nuland and George Soros money went over there and toppled the government. And then Al Gore's calling Trump a Nazi. And you know what it is, Dan? these people, they hate Trump so much because he calls them out, and they're afraid of Trump. They're afraid of their jobs, losing their, if you call them jobs, because they're really not working at all. They're just stealing from the American people.
Well, thanks for the call, Mark. I mean, it's become a bit tiresome, right? It's a bit played out for all but the most radicalized, the most hysterical, the most committed to living in their mom's basement or existing completely on TikTok. It's just played out. And so you have the manipulators that are using this and these people as tools to advance their pursuit of political power. But in terms of, who actually shows up and what kind of currency they have outside of their very insular circles, it's very little. And that crowdsourcing guy seems to have come to that realization as well. Coming up at 5:38, Trump offers some new and nuanced pronouncements on the Epstein matter. That's 5:38. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says the U.S. is destined to be the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence.
He spoke at the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit on Tuesday.
This is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America.
The event brought together some of the top leaders and investors in energy and AI. Trump announced $90 billion worth of private investments in AI and energy in Pennsylvania. He said the state is retaking its place at the forefront of energy. I'm Brian Shook.
President Trump says more letters are going out to countries announcing that tariffs are going into effect soon unless trade deals are struck.
Trump told reporters at Joint Base Andrews that he'll probably have a flat 10% tariff for all of the countries.
Don't forget, we'll be releasing a letter soon talking about many countries that are much smaller.
He wouldn't name the countries. Also on Tuesday, Trump announced a new trade deal with Indonesia. I'm Mark Mayfield.
More Americans say that they're anxious about money. A new survey from Northwestern Mutual found that nearly 70% of respondents were feeling anxiety and depression over financial uncertainty. That's an 8% increase from 2023. Financial experts say those worried about money should consider opening an emergency savings account that would cover up to 6 months' worth of expenses. This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. It's cake batter. It's cookie dough. It's the new Superman cake batter cookie dough blizzard treat. Now at participating DQ locations. For a limited time, fly in today for this cosmic collision of flavor and don't miss Superman. In theaters now. DQ. Happy tastes good. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next.
Charlie Kirk explains what we're about to see from the left.
Remember, the left will always exploit an alleged emergency. Remember, during COVID, if we don't lock down the schools, kids are going to die. If we do not have sweeping quasi-amnesty, we'll starve and our businesses will collapse. I'm sorry, I don't believe you anymore when you come to these incredibly hyperbolic emergency-type signals.
The Charlie Kirk Show, weekdays at 11, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call now at 800-533-6605 for a free consultation. For 17 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and a Christian-owned company. Don't get stuck in the endless cycle of payments. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Christian-owned Total Financial Freedom now at 800-533-6605. That's 800-533-6605. 800-533-6605.
This is a special alert during this window replacement season. Don't get tricked by the cheapest offers and gimmicky ads. Now's the time to see and feel the difference of high-performance windows from Valdecas.
When it's time to consider new windows, siding, and doors for your home, you need to look no further. Sebastian Gorka here to tell you about Valdecas. Valdecas has been the trusted name chosen by thousands of homeowners, and they should be your number one choice too. But what's really behind the name Valdecas? Over 25 years of a team dedicated to providing you with the best customer service experience and products that truly bring value to your home. They are a Pella Platinum Elite Status certified contractor for a reason. They have an A+ rating with the BBB, as well as high ratings and positive reviews on both Google and Houzz. Schedule your free in-house consultation at Valdecas.com.
Ask about their exclusive manufacturer warranties and their 10-year workmanship guarantee.
Don't wait. Book today at Valdecas.com. For the best in class, it's Valdecas.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be hot with a mix of sun and clouds. Expect a thunderstorm in the area later this afternoon with a high of 92. Tonight there may be a thunderstorm in spots early, then mainly clear, warm, and humid with a low of 74. Tomorrow will be hot and humid with a blend of clouds and sunshine, along with a few afternoon thunderstorms. The high will reach 90. I'm meteorologist Jason Catarina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here, and President Trump wants the discussion of Epstein to go away. Doesn't understand why people are so fascinated by it. But of course, it's not going away because the approach that he and his team have taken have generated more questions than credible answers, in my view, the view of many others in MAGA world. So he was asked about it yesterday a couple times by the D.C. press corps. And sort of interesting, the approach that he took, because let's assume that Trump has been briefed on the contents of the Epstein files. I think that's safe to assume. The Attorney General would brief him in conversation about deciding what course of action to take publicly and perhaps legally. Certainly offer her viewpoint on the topic, one would think. And so once that happened, and without any indication there's any new information, Trump's position is his position. But that's not what's happened. Trump's position has moved over the course of the last, 24 hours.
I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled?
I don't understand it. Why they would be so interested. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is. I really don't. And the credible information's been given. Don't forget, we went through years of the Mueller witch hunt and all of the different things, the Steele dossier, which was all fake. All that information was fake. But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
So now it's, let's move on. We've given you everything to, if there's any additional credible information, then that should be provided. So that's one aspect of a slight but important move rhetorically from the president. And then he's saying that now, the suggestion that if there is any, I don't know, all the credible information has been given, but if there's additional credible information, then that should be given too. And he says that yesterday in conjunction with repeating something that he posted on Truth Social over the weekend that is, well, curious to say the least.
The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on
that. On what? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein.
Okay.
On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. That was an interesting exchange. He didn't acknowledge explicitly that he had been briefed on it, but he didn't dispute it either. So, as I said, he clearly has been briefed on the matter. And then the suggestion that the Epstein file is something akin to the Steele dossier, that it's just sort of invented. It was bought and paid for, or it was the political skullduggery of the sort of Comey, Biden, Obama axis. Well, maybe what was left behind. Maybe there was a political tint to how the case files were colored. Maybe there was an effort to envelop Trump because these were political opponents of Trump and they had previously tried to envelop Trump. I could understand all that. But the idea that they're completely invented, the comparison to the Russian collusion hoax, the comparison to the Steele dossier suggests an invention, suggests this is a hoax. But I don't think there's any evidence to support that claim. And in point of fact, as I mentioned yesterday, not only do you have whatever constitutes the Epstein files, not only do you have victims who have come forward and gone on the record, you also have the Ghislaine Maxwell case file. Don't forget his partner in crime is serving 20 years, convicted by a jury of her peers for engaging in human trafficking. And of course, now we're contemplating, or members of Congress are, including the Speaker of the House, apparently, contemplating bringing her before a congressional committee, since she has indicated through a spokeshuman that she is interested in telling her story. So on the one hand, bring anything forward that's credible. On the other hand, the whole thing is an invention of my political opponents. So why would Trump take this tack? Maybe the question that was posed by that reporter is getting to something. The idea that he's protecting or leveraging or doesn't want to, protecting or leveraging, I don't know how else, what other potential explanations there are. Protecting someone, leveraging information for, other governmental interests. Or maybe he's just protecting himself. And I don't mean that in the sense that he did anything illegal. But I mean, maybe there's just information in there because, of course, we know of his association. I would say association interactions. And we also know that he kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. So I'm not suggesting there's anything other than, an uncomfortable series of interactions with Epstein over the years, as he had with many people who ostensibly did nothing illegal either. But if that's what it is, and I'm not saying it, but just by that question and some of the rumors out there about what news organizations may have or not have about Trump's decision-making process here, that's a really curious choice to walk away from this, knowing the implications for senior level people around you because of all the markers that they've put down. And having to have some intuition about how the larger MAGA universe would react. I can't really believe that he can't understand why there is interest here, that it's just bad people like his political opponents that would have any interest in this, that it's just the D.C. press corps ginning this up. In point of fact, much of the D.C. press corps has sort of been tiptoeing around this. And also, members of his caucus, of his caucuses in the House and the Senate, otherwise loyalists like Tennessee Representative Tim Burchett, who had this to say when it comes to the question of does he trust the Department of Justice, this Department of Justice, the one headed by Pam Bondi.
Should there be an investigation or a special counsel investigation?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I just find them guilty and hang them publicly. I mean, that's not over the top either. I'm ready. I'm over it. It disgusts me. I'm big on clarity and transparency, and that's good reason people don't trust government, either party.
But you don't believe what the Justice Department is saying?
I don't know. No, I don't. I don't trust them.
Do you trust it at this stage? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. Corey in Woodlawn.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Dan. It seems like there is something there, but I will say this. It's more telling to me who isn't saying release the files. You don't hear Bill Clinton out there saying release the Epstein files. I don't like the fact that this is in Trump's lap, to be perfectly honest with you, because this thing goes back, to me, decades. But at the same point, he is the guy that said he can get it done. So if I was him, I would just release it. But there may be larger implications. I heard the Prince was over there. I mean, it's probably embarrassing for everybody. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for the call, Corey. Yeah, but, embarrassing doesn't provide much political cover, does it? When you're talking about something that, that's this big, or at least it has been pumped up to be this big. And frankly, even if it were one-off cases of human trafficking, of the sexual exploitation of young girls, and even if it's young girls that are of age but not, so it's not a statutory rape issue, but it's still a trafficking issue. Again, you have his top lieutenant in a federal prison right now being convicted on these charges. So this is not supposition. Even if it was just that, and there's no CIA asset, certainly no Mossad asset, we can talk about that too. Tucker Carlson sort of reigniting the flames of that theory. But it was just those terrible crimes, the trafficking crimes. That's enough. That's enough for full disclosure, particularly given the people that have been accused of partaking in all the, behind the scenes that Alan Dershowitz refers to generically, who potentially also partook. That isn't enough. That's enough. It doesn't even need to include any of the geopolitical assertions about Epstein's relationships and extracurricular work. So this is a big thing. It is sordid. It's not boring. And it's not just bad people who are interested in it. Greg and Schaumburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dan, got a question for you. Do you think that Trump is looking at the cases that are on the horizon possibly for the Democrats to really be held accountable, particularly with this Penn case, the writing instrument with all of the stuff that got signed in his final days? Do you think that has any legs, and is that worthwhile exploring? And then the last question, putting your legal hat on, is if he were to do it, and if it were to go to the Supreme Court, what do you think the Supreme Court would decide as to whether those would be thrown out?
What would be thrown out?
All of the things that he signed that let people.
Oh, the AutoPen case. Oh,
yeah, the AutoPen case.
Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, the Hunter and everybody else that got off in the last hour of his administration.
Thanks for the call, Greg. We'll get to the AutoPen matter, particularly given the New York Times interview that Biden did and the story they've concocted to explain the AutoPen and the process by which pardons and commutations were delivered. We'll get to that, but I mean, if you want focus on that story or focus on allegations that Adam Schiff committed mortgage fraud, we'll get to that too. Then you're handling the Epstein thing all wrong, right? I mean, the approach that the administration has taken, and now Trump moving off of it rhetorically, which generates all sorts of other questions. I mean, that just breathes more oxygen into the story. It becomes more and more curious, not less so. So I just don't understand that. By the way, the other thing, too, is just thinking about this in terms of trying to divine a basis for this approach. So Dan Bongino, all the reporting over the weekend, Dan Bongino is not in the office. He's not coming to the office. It's either her, meaning Bondi, or me. He's so upset by about the handling of this. And then Trump comes out on Monday and says, talk to Dan, everything's fine. And we haven't heard from Bongino. And the only thing we've heard from Kash Patel on this is his X post over the weekend saying, I'm not going anywhere. I serve at the pleasure of the president. Will continue to. Tamping down the perception of acrimony. Maybe there isn't. But maybe there was. And particularly because they haven't commented on this explicitly, one way or the other. They're just sort of staying quiet. Well, they weren't quiet prior to their positions at FBI about this. And then there was this reporting. And the MAGA, a lot of the MAGA presence on social media was pushing for Bondi's ouster. And that's been tamped down a bit. But just thinking about what would the president say to Dan Bongino that would get him to dummy up? Kash Patel potentially too. Might he say something like, I'm the president of the United States, and I need you to do this for me, personally. This is the way we're going to play it. You're on my team. You need to be on my team. And maybe he provided a rationale he hasn't provided in public. Maybe he just made the sort of blanket appeal to the office as well as to their loyalty to him personally. But it speaks of more there. Or it speaks of a terrible judgment call on the order of the cover-up being worse than the underlying substance. I'm not saying crime because I don't think there's a crime here. I don't believe that. But the approach being an error in judgment, creating more problems than transparency would have created, regardless of the nature of the information that perhaps he would not like to see the light of day. Bill, Northwest Side.
Yeah, to your point, Dan. A big part of the bond between Trump and his supporters is the word trust. And if the perception is, hey, you know what, this doesn't add up. Something's not right here. Can I trust what you're telling me? So that's what's being chipped away at here the longer this goes on and the longer this information is not released. Can I trust what you're saying? That's my opinion.
Yeah, Bill, I agree with you. I said this earlier in the week. It's, you're cutting into the brand of MAGA. You're diminishing the brand equity there. It's look, the political class protects themselves at your expense. I protect you at their expense. I'm the guy who unmasks the political class. I'm the guy who stands up to the bipartisan combine. But it doesn't feel like that right now on this issue. It is now 6 a.m., AM 560, WIND, Chicago.
It's a new low. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The number of illegal border crossings last month, the fewest ever recorded, with Border Patrol agents apprehending only about 8,000 people coming here illegally. But Homeland Security says there's been a spike up in something else. Attacks on immigration agents as the raids continue in President Trump's mass deportation push.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem directing her ire at California Governor Gavin Newsom, posting, "Just in, our brave ICE law enforcement are now facing an 830% increase in assaults against them. This new data reflects the violence against our law enforcement in cities across the country in the last few weeks. Politicians across the country, regardless of political stripe, must condemn this. Gavin Newsom, we're looking at you."
That's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Now, the Democratic governor, Newsom, went to court trying to stop the Trump National Guard deployment to counter anti-ICE protests in Los Angeles. The Pentagon announced yesterday that deployment's been cut in half. In Texas, the FBI's captured a wanted man accused of firing shots at ICE officers at a Texas detention center earlier this month. Benjamin Song charged with attempted murder. Now to the Senate.
There has been a renewed commitment to reducing spending.
Majority Leader John Thune, though, three of his fellow Republicans oppose what's called a rescissions package to claw back more than $9 billion in funding already approved, forcing Vice President Vance to cast a tie-breaking vote last night, advancing the bill toward final passage. The cuts involve money for foreign aid and public broadcasting. Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer says
these cuts couldn't come at a worse time right now, after we're seeing the devastating tragedy in Texas.
Referencing the flooding blamed for 134 deaths. More deaths in Gaza, where Palestinians say Israeli airstrikes targeting Hamas killed 41 people. Another 20 died near a food distribution site. Tear gas fired into a crowd led to a stampede. President Trump will host Qatar's prime minister today, trying to work out a ceasefire for Gaza. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The city of Chicago is remembering the hundreds of people who died back in 1995 during the heat wave in the city. Mayor Johnson and other city officials gathered yesterday to honor more than 700 Chicagoans who lost their lives 30 years ago.
Many of those lives that were lost were Black and elderly, low-income residents living in communities that have been ignored and under-resourced.
Temperatures reached 106 degrees in Chicago, with humidity making it feel 20 degrees hotter. The deadly heat wave changed how the city responds to emergencies. State Controller Susan Mendoza may bypass a re-election bid to run for mayor of Chicago in 2027. The Chicago Tribune reports there's speculation she will not run for a fourth term. Mendoza did not meet last week's deadline set by Cook County Democratic Party officials to confirm an appearance at Friday's county slating. The event is designed to endorse Democratic City Ward and Suburban Township Committee persons. Mendoza's camp says she's weighing her options, including re-election. Northwest Indiana officials are investigating an apparent murder-suicide. The Lake County Coroner's Office found the bodies of a man and a woman in a home on Saturday in Maryville. The deceased have been identified as 74-year-old Mark Sigstad and 74-year-old Linda Sigstad. The coroner's office says they both died of gunshot wounds. The woman's death has been ruled a homicide, the man's death a suicide. News is a service of In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday morning at 7:30 on AM 560. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His Word each Sunday morning right here on AM 560 The Answer. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage. Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere, delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Samsung TV Plus, channel 1177. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 50 and tired of your wireless bill getting higher and higher, there are 4 things to consider. 1, how much data are you really using? As we get older, we use less data on our wireless phone, but you're probably still paying for an unlimited plan that was designed for 20-somethings. 2, if you see "Get a phone on us," get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You are paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. 3, check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number 4, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable, nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock, because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 10 minutes. Outbound, 15 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 13 minutes. Outbound, 17 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from around the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 18 minutes. Outbound is about 22 minutes. Traffic is a service of Turnkey. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. For a limited time, Turnkey is offering all new customers their first month of service free, including Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, data backup, plus 24/7 help desk support. Visit turnkey.pro today. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot and humid with a mix of clouds and sunshine, along with a few thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. These storms may lead to heavy rain and strong wind gusts in some areas. The high will reach 92 degrees. Tonight it will remain mostly cloudy and humid with a chance of a couple of showers and a powerful thunderstorm in the evening, followed by a passing shower later on. The low will be around 70 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Since our friend Greg from Schaumburg brought it up, let's talk about the question of Biden's auto pen and whether or not the thousands of acts of clemency Biden granted during his 4 years in the White House are legitimate, are open to legitimate challenge and should be discarded. Boy, wouldn't I like to see the preemptive pardons of the Tony Fauci's and the Mark Milley's and the Biden family members set aside, but how likely is that? Well, Biden gave this interview to the New York Times in which he said, according to the New York Times, this is their report. Mr. Biden did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. Rather, after extensive discussion of different possible criteria, he signed off on the standards he wanted to be used. Rather than ask Biden to keep signing revised versions, his staff waited and then ran the final version through the auto pen, which they saw as a routine procedure. Biden himself saying, they're liars, talking about those who would suggest he was incapacitated and his aides used and abused the auto pen without his knowledge. They're liars, said Biden. They know it. They know for certain. I mean, this is, look, what they've had a pretty good thing going here. They've done so badly. They've lied so consistently about almost everything they're doing. The best they can do is try to change the focus and focus on something else. And this is I think that's what this is about. It's, it's consistent with Trump's game plan all along. I mean, if I don't expect you to answer my questions, but if I told you 3 years ago we'd have a president doing this, I thought you'd look at me in the eye and say, what are you, crazy? Okay. Well, that's Biden's defense of himself and his administration and the approach they took with these grants of clemency. The criteria, they talked about the general criteria, and then they moved in the direction that the president essentially confirmed was the criteria he wanted to be employed in making these decisions about pardons and commutations. Kate Bedingfield, a comms director for the big guy, had this to say in defense of this story that the Biden team has clearly concocted and went to the New York Times to sell, to try to sidetrack two things. One, a burgeoning investigation into the use of the auto pen and potentially legal challenges. And two, more senior Biden officials being whistled before congressional committees to talk about Biden's cognitive decline. Because here's the thing, it's not just about the auto pen and whether he gave the okay. He provided the framework for the decisions that were ultimately simply executed by staff. but whether he had the mens rea to do that in the first place. See, to me, it's less about the auto pen and his direction and more about his underlying capacity to make such a decision. You know, if he's unfit to stand trial, then how is he fit to make these decisions, even consistent with the power of his office? I think that's the more interesting legal argument, particularly when you have his personal doctor pleading the fifth. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro line. But here's Kate Bedingfield trying to advance the flag of this position that they have concocted and imprinted on the New York Times. And the comparisons that she makes to try to muddy the waters.
In an interview with the New York Times, Mr. Biden said that he'd orally granted all the pardons and commutations issued at the end of his term, calling President Trump and other Republicans liars for claiming his aides had used an auto pen to do so without his authorization. So he said he had orally approved of all of them. But he also said, the article said, Mr. Biden did not individually approve each name for the categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people he and his aides confirmed. Rather, an extensive discussion of different possible criteria. He signed off on the standards he wanted to be used to determine which convicts would qualify for a reduction in sentence. In that case, Kate, it had to do with classes of individuals, people, drug offenders and whatnot. How far will this go, Kate, do you think, to quiet the calls on the right for those who are saying, oh, these pardons, commutations aren't legit? President Biden, they say, didn't know about them. What does this do now?
This story, I think, was actually a smart move on the Biden team's part because it goes to how diligent the process was. There are emails provided to the New York Times that show there was a process in place where Biden personally signed off on the categories of commutations, which, by the way, is the exact same procedure that Donald Trump said that he used to make decisions about the January 6th pardons. He himself said there were too many names to go through one by one. And so he approved a blanket pardon, and those pardons were then auto-penned. So this is the exact same process. If Republicans want to pursue this, then they're going to need to answer for the January 6th pardons, which we know is something that they are not eager, many elected officials, many elected Republicans, I should say, are not eager to have to talk about and embrace. So
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. Trump, has been posting on this, of course, for months. Back in May, whoever had control of the auto pen is looking to be a bigger and bigger scandal by the moment. It was a major part of a real crime that the presidential election of 2020 was rigged and stolen. Millions and millions of people knew that. But the radical left Democrats waged a campaign of inoculation and innocence like none that had ever been waged before. Claiming, additionally, Joe Biden did not sign them. He did not know anything about them, more importantly. Well, that is the important thing. The necessary pardoning documents were not explained to or approved by Biden. He knew nothing about them, and the people that did may have committed a crime. Trump posted on social media, on Truth Social. Well, that's it. That's it. It's not the I don't think it's the use of the auto pen specifically. And I mentioned this when, this story first broke several months ago, that the Bush White House, W, had apparently looked at this, and W had White House counsel offer legal opinion on the use of an auto pen for official presidential acts. And basically, particularly when there's volume, like potentially with pardons and commutations. And essentially the recommendation or the legal opinion of George W. Bush's White House counsel was that you can use the auto pen so long as there is clear evidence that the president was acting of his own mind, acting on his own volition and within the scope of his power. And so this is the point that Trump makes in the Truth Social post, which is not so much about the use of the auto pen, but the other piece of it, which is that he knew what he was doing, that this was a presidential order that was being executed by staff. You have to have presidential consent here. If there was somebody doing this without his consent, or if there was somebody doing it because he couldn't give legal consent, didn't have the capacity, then that's criminal. And that seems to me where this case really turns. Craig in Mount Greenwood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Craig.
Oh, hey. Sorry about that. Hey, thanks for taking my call, Dan. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, I think that they need to really dig down on this because either Biden was he was probably incapacitated somewhere. They could have had him. He was sleeping or sedated or whatever it is. And there's either, I don't think it's a person. I think it's a group. It's a group of leftists that got in there, all like maybe at the direction of people like Obama and some of his people in it that were doing this kind of thing. And they really need to drill down. And because you're exactly right. Forget about it's who are these people and bring them to justice, get some accountability on what was going on there, because it's probably just the tip of the iceberg of what they had going on in that White House with him not having any a mental ability to know anything what's going on.
Well, that's a good point you raised, Craig, about who actually executed the order. If you want to come up with this story that we sat around a table, I outlined the criteria for things like these drug offenders whose sentences were commuted, 1,500 of them. I outlined the criteria. Staff went to work. They came up with this list. They presented the evidence that this list meets the criteria I set forth. And so I said, okay, let's do it. Yeah, that's probably within the president's power. Now, there are other legal scholars who argue that a proxy, proxy signature laws require the principal and the proxy to be together. So it couldn't just be like, I gave an order, I go away, and then somebody executes it, and just says, Mr. President, we took care of that. So there's a formal process by which the order is presented, the auto pen is used by who's ever operating the auto pen, but the principal, meaning the President of the United States, is there when that auto pen is used. He's present and accounted for to witness this. Maybe more of a process argument, but still, it's part of the legal discussion that's ongoing. But the larger point is, yes, who specifically? Here we go again. Everybody did it, so nobody did it. Staff. It's all very generic. No. For the pardons or commutations for which the auto pen was used, who specifically executed it? Who did it? And if they're not going to disclose that, and if that person isn't going to testify as to just exactly what that process was Biden present or not present when the auto pen was used to affix the president's signature on these pardons and commutations, give us all the details, well, then you have to whistle them before a congressional committee and or open a DOJ investigation to determine exactly who did what, when, with who present. So I'm not saying there's nothing here. I'm saying that if the president directed somebody to do it, and let's say it's good to take that additional half step, and the president is present when the auto pen is used to execute his order, a lawful order, then I don't think there's much there. But that's very much an open question, because despite this New York Times interview and the story they've come up with the criteria setting and then the execution, so Biden was fully aware. Number one, we don't know what Biden's mental capacity is really, whether he had the mental capacity to make the judgment in the first place, because we have his personal doctor taking the fifth, even though he gave him a clean bill of health. That's a bit curious. I know he's hiding behind HIPAA laws and healthcare privacy, but that's not going to wash. And number two, then exactly those circumstances where, when it was used, and, there's been a lot of discussion of look at all these partisan commutations where the signature is this, and then when he actually signed it, it's something very different. So it's pretty easy to zero in on where the auto pen was used as compared to his actual signature. And so in these instances, when did these occur? Under whose auspices did they occur? Was the principal present? Let's go through it. So there's the predicate question of his capacity, and then the practical question of how this was actually executed, it seems to me. Mike in Littleton, Colorado.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. You had talked earlier about, talking about trust and specifically related to this Epstein thing. Well, all of it relates to trust. Can we trust these people with a budget? Can we trust these people that they're not doing other criminal activity? Like we have an incapacitated president, clearly incapacitated. You're absolutely spot on. If he can't stand trial, he can't make any decisions. So how do we trust these people? If we want to know why 50% of the people don't vote, it'd be a great place to start because you can't trust any of them, and it's a sad state of affairs. But that's our deficit. Forget the money. Trust is the deficit. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the others are just manifestations of the trust issue. Yeah, I suppose that's right. Glenn in Orlando, Florida.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I don't understand the preemptive pardon theory. Is there a legal precedent for this? Is it legal? I just don't understand preemptive pardons.
It can be challenged. I mean, this is something else that's been debated in terms of whether or not there are limitations to the president's plenary pardon power. That's a fun alliterative phrase, isn't it? Plenary pardon power. And also the question, and this has been, raised by in the direction of both Trump and Biden, which is, can the president pardon himself? The Supreme Court's not weighed in on that. The belief is that the plenary power allows for preemptive pardons. Peter Piper picked up pickled peppers, but it hasn't been officially adjudicated by the High Court. Tom in Oswego.
Good morning, Dan. I'd like to know, or if you know, when did this blanket pardon or even the pardon auto pen start? I think it's so just corrupt, and especially what the last caller said, the preemptive. How can you pardon somebody on something that hasn't happened yet? It sounds so corrupt. I wish I could do that with my family members or a friend who maybe is in trouble or might be in trouble, and I could just pardon him and absolve of him anything that he does. This is, again, why your last caller said 50% of the people mistrust government. It's probably more like 70 or 80. And it's just crazy.
Thanks for the call, Tom. I mean, the auto pen has, I don't know. I remember reading up on this. I mean, I think the auto pen was invented early iterations of it, like in the 30s. I think it was sort of used in the military. I think maybe it was used in the military first, like World War II era. So, I mean, it's been around for a long time. I don't know offhand the first president to use it and the very uses of it. But I mentioned the George W. Bush thing. I forgot to complete the story. It apparently, despite getting a legal opinion that he could use the auto pen, W decided not to do it and just sign his name when it was required to err on the side of caution. So there's a different judgment call there. So anyway, I mean, I think that's the framing of this issue, and so there is a lot more in terms of questions to be asked and information to be obtained on this before we make a determination on whether Joe Biden could act in his consistent with the powers attendant to the presidency, and it did in fact.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Perhaps you're a collector, or perhaps all of a sudden you have a collection. Maybe it's an inheritance. How do you know what it's worth? This is Sean Thompson for Donley Auction. The market for antiques and collectibles is changing all the time. What is your collection worth right now? Well, I've got an easy way to find out. It's simple. You contact Donley Auctions with their worldwide audience of live and in-person auctions. They have a good idea of how to tell you exactly what it's worth at exactly right now. They're ready to put top dollar in your pocket. The bigger the collection, the better. Go to DonleyAuctions.com and get the info on all things that they buy and sell to have an idea of exactly what Donley does and how much they need your collection. They have so many buyers, it's a great time to sell. Just simply make a phone call. Donley has traveled all over the country to pick up collections. Just call and talk to the people at Donley Auctions at 815-923-7000. Donley Auctions is your trusted partner in turning your collections into cash. DonleyAuctions.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Golf legend Jack Nicklaus, the Golden Bear, tennis star Rafael Nadal, and the late, great Kobe Bryant. What do they all have in common? They're all recipients of stem cell therapy, using your own body's healing properties to find relief from sports injuries and chronic joint pain. You can receive the same therapy at QC Kinetics in Naperville, Morton Grove, Oak Brook Terrace, Gurnee, and Crystal Lake. QC Kinetics, regenerative medicine. You've been hearing their ads on the station for 2 years, and the response has been so exciting. So many AM 560 listeners are getting relief from chronic joint pain thanks to stem cell therapy from QC Kinetics. 92% of patients report satisfaction. Even Joe Rogan loves it. If you're considering surgery, stop now and contact QC Kinetics. It doesn't cost anything for a second opinion. Weekend appointments are available. This could be life-changing. Call today to learn more and see if you're a candidate. Call 312-809-5955 and tell them Dan Prof sent you when you do. That number again is 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft here. Text from 847. With respect to the last political pardons, how can you pardon someone from a non-crime, non-prosecution? Yeah, that's what Tom from Oswego asked. And I understand how people are confused logically. I get it. But I'm just saying that line has not been drawn by the Supreme Court. So the default is the president has absolute pardon authority. Line hasn't been drawn to pardon himself yet, although to that end, these are the sources of ongoing legal debate. Coming up at 6:36, really controversial to try and resize CISE, the rescission imbroglio, cutting $9 billion out of a $6 trillion budget. $9 billion of money allocated to boondoggles like NPR and PBS. Former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker joins us at 6:36 to talk fiscal responsibility. We'll check the headlines now.
Good morning. It's 75 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says more letters are going out to countries announcing that tariffs are going into effect soon unless trade deals are struck.
Trump told reporters at Joint Base Andrews that he'll probably have a flat 10% tariff for all of the countries.
Don't forget, we'll be releasing a letter soon talking about many countries that are much smaller.
He wouldn't name the countries. Also on Tuesday, Trump announced a new trade deal with Indonesia. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A senator from Massachusetts is calling for DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to resign because of her response to the Texas floods.
In an interview with CNN, Democrat Ed Markey accused Noem of not responding to the crisis quickly enough, which delayed FEMA's deployment to the flooding in central Texas. Markey said her response was an absolute disgrace, pointing to reports that FEMA didn't have the infrastructure in place to answer calls from residents in need. Noem has denied reports that the emergency response was delayed, calling them fake news. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
This news update is quickly delivered by Quick Delivery Service. For reliable same-day delivery, Quick Delivery will customize a logistics plan to pick up your items and move them safely to their destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind. Get a quote at quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Mike Gallagher says, don't take it lightly.
You've got all hell breaking loose there between Elon and President Trump. He wants to form a third party? And I got people in my life saying, it's never going to get off the ground. Don't be so sure. This guy's a massively influential person. Are you kidding me? With just ignoring this? This is not an insignificant guy.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Charlie Kirk at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, it's Scott Tucker, host of Retirement Dakota with Scott Tucker. Heard on AM 560 on Sundays at 8 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. I want to offer you a free copy of my latest book, Escape Illinois, Should I Stay or Should I Go? To get your free copy of my latest book, Escape Illinois, Should I Stay or Should I Go? Just go to retirementdakota.com. That's retirementdakota.com. And please listen every Sunday at 8 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Xumo Play.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
From the Team Hawkberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 10 minutes. Outbound, 15 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 13 minutes. Outbound, 17 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from around the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 18 minutes. Outbound is about 22 minutes. On the Dan Bryan inbound from 95th to the Burn Interchange, 13 minutes. Outbound is 12 minutes. This report is sponsored by Aleve. Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day with just one pill. Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot and humid with a mix of clouds and sunshine, leading to a couple of thunderstorms in the afternoon. These storms may bring flooding downpours and localized damaging wind gusts with a high of 92. Tonight, expect mostly cloudy skies and humidity, along with a few showers and a heavy thunderstorm in the evening. This will be followed by a passing shower late at night with a low of 70. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Jan Proft here, and just one postscript on our discussion of the AutoPen matter and Biden's mental state, right? Not fit to stand trial, but fit to make important decisions about public safety and the rule of law, and that's what decisions about commuting sentences and pardoning people for crimes, either crimes committed or crimes that may someday be committed. Those are important decisions. And mentioned his personal doctor, O'Connor, clamming up and claiming the fifth. But we have other former denizens of Biden world, like former Jill Biden press secretary Mike LaRosa, saying things publicly like this.
Can Ashley Williams or any of these witnesses credibly deny that they did not see Joe Biden's mental decline?
If they saw, I don't see how that's possible, given how close proximity and access they had. They had access to the residence. They had special badges. They were in charge of manifests and determined who was around Biden and when and how often and how frequent and for how long. They really were gatekeepers in the true sense of the word. Yeah. But again, like I said, because they were much more, they crossed that Rubicon from staff to family, which clouded a lot of their judgment as advisors. So when you have that close relationship to principals, you are in the bubble in a way that others aren't and observe more than anybody.
Yeah. And maybe they don't want to cross that Rubicon into becoming perjurers when whistled before committees to testify what they knew and or saw, and potentially how that relates to the AutoPen matter when we get to specifics about who was actually operating it, and all of the who, what, where, and when questions are answered, if we can get answers to this, like everything else. Then you start to put together the picture, and you can make some more based claims about whether or not those pardons and commutations should hold up under scrutiny, and frankly, whether or not crimes were committed, if anything was done in the president's name without the president's knowledge. So there's the with the president's knowledge, there's did he have the capacity, and then there's the who, what, and where, and when on all of this. Speaking of cognitive decline, the nature of the debate over rescissions, $9 billion in clawing back cash that was allocated to things like NPR and PBS, as well as foreign aid, which is the bulk of it. This has to get done by Friday, and the Senate is moving in that direction, despite some big spending Republicans who don't want to, like McConnell and Collins and Murkowski, the usual suspects. The debate from the left goes something like this from the cognitively challenged Jasmine Crockett, explaining why we can't cut $1 billion from NPR and PBS, because we need important programming like Sesame Street to be delivered to Baghdad.
When you start to talk about whether or not Sesame Street or anything else that's on NPR or PBS ends up in other places, this is so that there is not this warped thought process about the Western world or about the United States. We're talking about making sure that we don't end up allowing people to be radicalized against us because they have a terrible vision of us, because they may be in a government that actually puts out bad, terrible propaganda about us.
There's nothing like sharing a love of snuffleupagus to prevent radical Islamist terrorism. That's what I always say. For more on this, please be joined by former Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, now President and CEO of Young America's Foundation. Governor Walker, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Yeah, talking about not wanting people to be radicalized against us. I guess she's, Dan, all for our reforms to take on the U.S. College and university system, because that's probably the worst place these days, where they radicalize young minds against us.
Yeah, we should probably be worrying more about NYU than we should about Baghdad, it would seem, right? Exactly. Just first on the auto pen piece of it, since you were an executive, I mean, you know, this is not novel in itself, using the auto pen, and politicians using an auto pen has to sign a lot of documents. But so it's all these contextual factors with Biden that make it a different story. But I mean, did you use an auto pen as governor on certain things?
No, you know, the interesting thing, not on anything official. I can see an auto pen. You see it in not only the president's office, but senators, congressmen,
form
when they
letters,
sign
and
maybe
stuff.
letters.
Yeah, right.
You know, constituent letters, things like that. You know, get well, happy birthday. But I got to tell you, I even have a line item veto when I was governor, and I signed every one of those on when we go through our state budget, for example. I remember our legal staff would come in, and we'd have a whole morning set up where you'd go through item by item, and they'd have them all queued up in each page of the budget that you'd go through and sign it. Even when I had my own party in charge of the state legislature, you still do line item vetoes to draw spending down and things like that. Well, you sign every one of those, and you want to know exactly what you're signing, because you're not going to put your name on something that you're not able to be held accountable for. And so it's just shocking to me. This wasn't some paper. This wasn't some general form. This wasn't a commendation for serving on some panel. You were commuting someone's sentence. These are issuing pardons. These were things that are. I didn't do pardons, for example. I don't think you should do pardons, but that's a whole different debate. But if you're going to do that, you damn well better know exactly who it is and what they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, speaking of accountability, that was your calling card as governor. This matter of this, rolling matter of profligate spending in D.C. and just how painstaking it is. And I was talking to somebody about this, $9 billion in rescissions. I mean, I'm all for it, of course. But the reaction you get from the left, the Chicken Little routine, the arguments along the lines that Jasmine Crockett makes, you're going to get them whether you try to cut 1 penny from the federal budget or $1 trillion. So you might as well go big. And I don't understand why Republicans don't understand that.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's the same handful that whine all the time. And the key is you go big and go bold, do it early so that you've got time. It's obviously, this, having watched from over the state line, it's why the things we did were so important, because we did it literally within the first month and a half I was governor. And it gave us time. By the time they tried to recall me a year later, people could see the results. They could see that things that didn't fall apart. In fact, they actually got better, whether it was in the state government, the local school districts, local governments. But I think the problem is, you talk about the swamp. Well, it's this massive bureaucracy we see in Washington. To a lesser extent, you see it in Springfield and Madison and other state houses. But oftentimes, as I wrote about, the people who screw things up are then the ones who come back with these so-called reform plans, but really are about just spending even more money to try and fix things. Whether it's Medicaid fraud, whether it's problems with the food stamp program. Probably the worst out there in the federal government these days has got the least sexy, but it's all the money spent on trying to reform IT and the computer system. I think last year the Government Accountability Office said it was over $100 billion just wasted on federal IT projects. And so the idea that we don't hold anyone accountable for that, because you've got all these civil service processes, in some cases, particularly like the post office and the state and local level collective bargaining union contracts, we should have merit-based contracting. We should have merit-based outcomes. We did that in Wisconsin. The left went crazy, but it actually made the government work better.
You know, it's a really good point you make too about going big and going early, and the Trump administration. I wouldn't necessarily say the BBB is that, given the Meatball Sunday it turned into, but on some other matters, and this has the additional benefit of running counter to the hysterical authoritarian arguments the left makes. Some other matters, he did go big early with respect to trying to reduce the federal workforce, both with early buyouts as well as with reductions in force. And now, because he went big early, it's some of these decisions he knew would be litigated have wound their way through the courts, and the courts are upholding things like cutting the size of the Department of Education in half. And then it clears the way for Congress to move, Republicans in Congress to move to revoke the federal charter for the Department of Education altogether, and maybe accomplish something that Republicans have been talking about ever since Carter created that agency. So, I mean, that's sort of what you need to look back on in part, it seems to me, over the last 7 months and say, this is how you do it if you really want structural reform of government.
Totally agree. And that's where I think the DOGE, and now with the big, beautiful bill, the president signed the law on July 4th. I think it was something like 28 of the executive orders that he signed were codified now in federal statute and that legislation. So huge changes, but now they need to follow through with the rescissions. Of course, because of reconciliation, there's only certain things you can put in that big, beautiful bill. Now they need to follow up and do the rest of the reforms, and thank God we've got a court. And there, I would point out, to me, it's important to say it's not a conservative in the political sense, but a court that actually believes what our founders intended, that there should be a separation of powers, and that they should be focused on what's constitutional, not whatever on their mind that day. And so they've upheld the executive branch's right to make changes. Now, they can't get rid of the Department of Education entirely on their own. They have to work with Congress to do that, but pull those things back. I've always said we shouldn't just be talking about ending it or dissolving it. We should be talking about restoring the rights of parents and of local school board members to run their schools and educate their children, and get that out of the hands of the federal bureaucrats in Washington. The last month or so, I've been having this debate with Tammy Baldwin, the U.S. Senator from Wisconsin, who's, this is going to be awful for Wisconsin. It's going to be awful for all these other states. No, what she's saying is she thinks federal bureaucrats know better than parents and school board members in our states, and that's just not the fact. That's just not right, and that's what we have to keep pushing back on. It's much better at the local level, not only in terms of education, it's much better in terms of spending, because you can actually hold people accountable.
I wanted to get your take on something that pertains to your current job at Young America's Foundation, in terms of whether or not you see progress within the academy. A nice story out of the Big Ten, Michigan State University to be specific. A nematologist. You know what a nematologist is, Governor?
I do not.
Yeah. It's a person who studies nematodes, which like roundworms. Do you know this?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Isn't that fascinating? I'm a font of useless information. Anyway, her name is Marisol Quintanilla, and she was targeted for elimination on the campus in Lansing there because she spoke out against DEI policies on campus. She, believed in merit, novel concept. Well,
what a shock.
Yeah, right. She has now, because a civil rights group intervened on her behalf after she failed to obtain tenure, targeted politically, despite 2 decades of experience, 21 peer-reviewed publications, $6.2 million in grants, 198 extension talks. I mean, on and on in terms of the merit that the meritorious case she can make for tenure. Well, now she's got tenure because the Michigan State essentially conceded without conceding explicitly that, yes, she should have been granted tenure, and yes, it was political, and now we're granting her tenure. Just a case like that. This is somebody so far removed from politics, right? I mean, this is a scientist.
Just doing the thing that they set up to do in the first place.
Right.
Things.
And so, I mean, despite what sort of we started this talking about what's going on college campuses with some of the grotesque protests, violence, anti-Semitism. But on the other side, quietly, you're seeing more and more of these stories pop up where seems to be the pendulum swinging a little bit back towards sanity on campus. And I wanted to get your take since you're closer to it.
Well, it's a split case here. You get instances like this. The argument overall, I've actually said even more than students are educators, either conservative or in some cases it appears as in this instance, just objective, just ones who are not political, not trying to be one way or the other, just trying to be common sense. And I would even apply that to what she appeared to say about DI. Like, hey, maybe we should just be a meritocracy. Maybe the best way to celebrate diversity is encourage the best people to do things and to reward them for doing that, and have a free and equal society. That's not a conservative idea. That's an American idea. That's we're all created equal. That's what we just celebrated July 4th. So, yeah, there's good news when you have cases like that. We see some good news. Last fall, we certainly saw it in terms of the shift of younger voters in the fall elections. I worry about whether that's sustainable. We also just saw a Gallup poll a week ago that showed that pride in America is down to the lowest level ever, and it's driven by two categories: Democrats, huge drop off from a year ago, and younger voters,
Gen Z,
are buying into that. And so I think between now and next year, it's one of the reasons why Young America's Foundation, YAF.org, if people are interested, is doing a whole Freedom at 250 to point out that these freedoms we just can't take for granted. Our founders literally risked their lives for the freedoms we enjoy today. The least we could do is pay attention to how we got them and why it's important to keep them. And so we're going to be on that. We're going to push that. There's hope considering what we saw last fall, but there's also plenty of challenges when you see these Gallup numbers.
Are you still, all the YAF speakers, Young America's Foundation speakers that you guys help bring to campuses around the country, is it still sort of the same climate in terms of the efforts to cancel their speeches or protests that turn into
without a doubt,
shouting them down?
Yeah,
and so
over
forth.
and over again, where it's Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh. In fact, we even have Dr. Ben Carson, for example, is going to be over in Dixon at the Reagan Boy at Home next Friday at one of our high school conferences. By the way, people have high schoolers and middle schoolers, YF.org, particularly middle schoolers. We'd love to have even more in there. But on the college campuses, when Dr. Carson comes or some of the other names I just mentioned come, it always amazes me, even in places where we've litigated, it's like they forget or they don't pay attention or probably they just don't care in many cases. But we always say if you're under attack, YAF's got your back. We will litigate over and over again because every student has a right. They deserve to be able to hear more than one point of view on campus. And the more we get those voices out there, the more chances we are to have the level of playing field.
He is Scott Walker, former governor of the state of Wisconsin, of course, president and CEO of Young America's Foundation, now YAF.org, YAF.org. Governor Walker, thanks for joining us as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dan. Have a good one.
You too. And he joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Are you over the age of 55 and want to secure your wealth with physical gold and silver? Do you want to own physical precious metals inside your retirement account, but don't know where to get started? We can help. We are Advantage Gold. The #1 customer-rated gold company in America with thousands of 5-star reviews. And for the past decade, we have been helping investors take their 401ks, IRAs, and retirement accounts and diversify them into physical precious metals like gold, silver, platinum, and palladium, tax-free and penalty-free. And we can help you too. Call us right now, 800-900-8000, and get our free 2025 Gold Investing Starter Kit, 100% free. It comes with a one-on-one masterclass on precious metals investing from one of our seasoned experts. Just call 800-900-8000 now and claim your free Gold Investing Starter Kit. Also learn how you might qualify for up to $10,000 in free gold and silver. Supplies are limited. Call us at 800-900-8000 or visit us at AdvantageGold.com. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Please consult your tax or financial advisor. Call us at 800-900-8000.
Why don't we do one of those one-day bathroom remodels?
Well, because I don't want a generic bathroom that looks like it belongs at a campsite.
Fair. I'd love something that fits us. A bigger shower, safety grab bars, better lighting, heated floors.
Let's go with Forever Remodeling. There's no templates. Every design is unique and exactly what we want.
At Forever Remodeling, no two bathrooms are ever the same. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4everremodeling.com. And tell them AM 560 sent you.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage. AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Coming up at 7:07. Arsonist lectures the country on fire prevention in the New York Times. That's a metaphor. The topic is immigration. We'll discuss a former Biden administration official's position, as well as Tom Homan's compelling response to Dana Bash as to who possesses compassion when it comes to immigration. That's all coming up at 7:07. Now it's time to check the headlines as it is 7 o'clock, AM 560, WIND Chicago.
It's funding first flagged by DOJ. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. In a bill that's advanced in the Senate, the Majority Leader John Thune says
target some of the egregious misuses of taxpayer dollars.
It's called a rescissions package, clawing back more than $9 billion in already approved funding, most of it in foreign aid, the rest for PBS and NPR.
Republicans say silencing public broadcasting is long overdue. There's a race for the Senate and House to pass the same bill by a Friday night deadline, but the Senate changes could complicate that. The court votes GOP leaders slashed $400 million in cuts from the package, restoring money for the global AIDS program known as PEPFAR.
That's Fox's Chad Pergam at the Capitol. 3 Republicans opposed the legislation, so Vice President Vance had to cast a tie-breaking vote last night to move it forward. Next up, amendments and then final passage. The House plans to vote today on cryptocurrency legislation, including new regulations on what are called stable coins, the value tied to the U.S. dollar. The number of illegal border crossings keeps dropping. The number of people detained coming into the U.S. last month, just over 8,000, a new all-time low. However, in the pushback to the Trump mass deportation push,
the Department of Homeland Security reveals immigration and customs enforcement officials have faced an 830% increase in assaults from January 21st to July 14th compared with the same period last year. In a statement, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin details several instances, including ICE officers being doxxed and threatened by local Antifa-affiliated organizations.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. In Texas, the FBI arrested a man wanted for attempted murder, accused of taking part in an ambush on agents at an immigration detention center there. There's an empty cell on Florida's death row after the 26th execution this year in the U.S., more than all of last year. And before convicted double murderer Michael Bell got his lethal injection last night, his last words were, "Thank you for not letting me spend the rest of my life in prison." America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 76 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Chicago aldermen can vote today on a Granny Flats ordinance. Alderman Bennett Lawson sponsored the measure.
This is about allowing gentle density, gentle growth in those areas that haven't seen a whole lot of investment, and to give those property owners, especially in the single-family zones, more options than even the investors will have.
Granny flats are homes built on the same property as a main house to provide extra living space. The City Council Zoning Committee yesterday approved Mayor Johnson's backed measure that would legalize additional dwellings, including garden units, attic conversions, and coach houses. Advocates of the ordinance say it will create more affordable housing. An air quality alert is being extended into today in Chicagoland. The National Weather Service says weather conditions can potentially cause health problems for certain groups of people. As a result, an air pollution action day has been issued. Active children and people with pulmonary or respiratory diseases should limit prolonged outdoor activity. And former Illinois Congressman Jesse Jackson Jr. is considering a return to politics. Yes, the son of civil rights leader Reverend Jesse Jackson is exploring an idea of running for his old seat in South suburban Chicago. Jackson left Congress in 2012 after 17 years for health reasons. He later served about 17 months in prison after pleading guilty in 2013 to conspiring to defraud his campaign fund of around $750,000. News is the service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 50 and tired of your wireless bill getting higher and higher, there are 4 things to consider. 1, how much data are you really using? As we get older, we use less data on our wireless phone, but you're probably still paying for an unlimited plan that was designed for 20-somethings. 2, if you see Get a Phone on Us, get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You are paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. 3, check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number 4, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/fax. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Pluto TV.
From the Team Hogberger Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy, inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, 15 minutes. Outbound is about 31 minutes. On the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the old post office is 22 minutes. Outbound is 17 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 22 minutes. Outbound is about 17 minutes. On the Dan Ryan, inbound from 95th to the Byrne interchange, 14 minutes. Outbound is about 10 minutes. Traffic is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at almostfreeteeth.com, making smiles great again. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot and humid with a mix of clouds and sunshine, leading to a couple of thunderstorms in the afternoon. These storms may bring flooding downpours and localized damaging wind gusts with a high of 92. Tonight, expect mostly cloudy skies and humidity, along with a few showers and a heavy thunderstorm in the evening. This will be followed by a passing shower late at night with a low of 70. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Yesterday we talked about this op-ed in the New York Times from a former Obama speechwriter with an Ivy League degree who decided that shaming and ostracizing and canceling some people that he disagrees with, maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe we need to be more tolerant of people who disagree with us. He had this epiphany after developing a friendship with his brother-in-law, who is an electrician and a Rogan fan and a Trump voter. But they bonded over surfing on the Jersey Shore. And through their conversations, he came to recognize that though I can't change him, I can accept him. The enlightened Ivy League graduate Obama speechwriter. And, the take, we're supposed to take that and say, oh, look, there's an olive branch that's being extended. There's a cultural shift that's happening. When in point of fact, it seems, as I said yesterday, like there's an effort to dull the blade temporarily and sharpen it as soon as the political climate is more advantageous to leftist elites. That's what I really feel like is going on, not a paradigm shift. Well, we have another example. And, of course, it's from the New York Times. Gosh, it's almost like this is a concerted effort that is being advanced. I mean, this headline, it is oxymoronic. I was one of Biden's border advisors. Here's how to fix our immigration system. As I said in the tease, arsonist lectures on fire prevention. Though I will say that Blaise, I should say, Nunez Neto, Blaise Nunez Neto, I think. Anyway, Assistant Secretary for Border and Immigration Policy at DHS. Oh boy, working under the leadership of Ali Mayorkas. He concedes that the Biden administration was late to recognize there was a crisis at the southern border. What a concession. I had a front row view of all this in my role as the Assistant Secretary for Border and Immigration Policy at DHS. I learned that the border crisis is, to a large extent, an asylum crisis. Our broken immigration laws have increasingly incentivized economic migrants to claim that they fear persecution in order to start a lengthy administrative process that allows them to remain in the United States and work. And he talked about the surge that he saw in September of 2021 that resulted when as many as 15,000 people amassed under the International Bridge. Yeah, we remember those images. And we remember your boss telling us there was no problem, there was nothing to see here. You know, Frank Drebin in front of the exploding fireworks factory. Anyway, Blaise Nunez Neto continues. Among the issues that contributed to the surge were the global economic devastation caused by COVID-19. That was a sort of a honesty test there. The global economic devastation caused by COVID-19. You left out a word, Blaise. Lockdowns. Anyway, adverse court decisions that delayed the end of the pandemic era health rule. A lack of resources to adequately secure the border and inability to deport people to countries like Venezuela. So all those things he mischaracterizes, sanitizes in the direction of providing cover for leftist political solutions, mandates, incursions into individual sovereignty and so forth. But this is all to say, like, I concede some things. We need to find a middle ground. So where does he go? Instead of wagging his finger and saying we should have done the bipartisan border security bill that Biden proposed at the end, when he finally acknowledged there were some problems at the border. Instead of wagging his finger, he's just trying to be conciliatory. We were late to acknowledge it publicly. I tried internally. Some of what I suggested was incorporated. Some of it wasn't. But that's what we need to get beyond this, because it's the same old construct. You know, on the one hand, we have these labor needs. On the other hand, conservatives are right to point out public safety concerns and rule of law concerns. And it's all because our immigration system is oriented to be, asylum driven. Our asylum system is set up as a funnel, he writes. At the top, a very permissive standard is applied during screening interview at the border, which before COVID allowed more than 80% of people to pass. But at the bottom, immigration judges apply a much stricter standard, which granted protection to fewer than 25% of asylum claimants before the pandemic began. Maybe that's why sensible people support policies like Safe Third Country. He doesn't mention that. We've ended up with a system that is generous to those who cross the border and claim asylum, and is frequently stingy with those who try to use appropriate legal pathways to come here to work. But the long-term solution here isn't more muscular executive actions, like the Trump administration has pursued. It is for Congress to do its job. The bipartisan bill unveiled last year by Senators James Lankford and Chris Murphy and Kristen Sinema would have been a good start, streamlining this and doing that and so on and so forth. We have an obligation to provide asylum to those who qualify, but most asylum claimants don't meet the criteria. And even though our borders must be safeguarded, immigration is an economic imperative. Immigrant labor has made us all better off. So we need bipartisan reform. All he is trying to do, and what the left is trying to do in a situation where they do not have the political power they previously enjoyed, is say, here is the compromise position, and their effort to forge middle ground is always to move the middle left. And that's what you have to understand. These pleas for middle ground, it is always the left moving the middle left and saying, look, a bipartisan compromise, the middle ground. It is a false middle, number one, and it is a disingenuous olive branch. These are phony compromises predicated on falsehoods and a rewriting of history, both in terms of root causes as well as trade-offs. There is no trade-off necessary when it comes to providing a secure border, requiring people to queue up and follow the law to emigrate to this country or to obtain temporary work authorization. You do not have to choose from these limited choices that he presents. And you also don't have to be mau-maued by claims that these enforcement actions, more muscular actions by the administration, are heavy-handed. They're lacking in compassion. You know, the left is the repository of the compassion, and now they also want to be the home of the practical, thoughtful deal maker. Of course, none of those things are true. At the same time, you have this op-ed populating the pages of the New York Times. What do you have going on with the rest of this neo-Marxist party? You have their ground-level apparatchiks committing acts of violence against law enforcement officers. You have their apparatchiks in public office calling for the defunding of ICE, calling them Gestapo, and other pejoratives, suggesting that the combination of the Trump administration and federal law enforcement have erected and are operating gulags, concentration camps. And of course, this becomes the vicious circle of the overcharged rhetoric, the false accusations, radicalizing the maladjusted to commit acts of violence against law enforcement, devolving the quality of the debate and the public's general understanding of it, much less the underlying law, much less the underlying dynamics, much less the real choices. And then a former Biden flack comes along and says, here is the way forward. Everybody get in line. Yeah, I don't think so. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line. And just on that compassion point, because it's so annoying, there is nothing compassionate about giving into unreason. My favorite Chesterton observation, he who has given into unreason is ready for unkindness. There's nothing kind about lawlessness. This is the point that Tom Homan makes all the time. Border security saves lives. Tom Homan may not come across as a compassionate guy. He's big, burly, gruff guy who, challenges hecklers to fights off stage. But he is actually a compassionate guy. He is trying to save lives on both sides of the border. And that's what ICE agents and Border Patrol are trying to do as well. The exchange between Tom Homan and Dana Bash over the weekend on compassion.
Do you have compassion for those people who are seeing what's going on, hearing you speak, seeing what's happening in their neighborhoods, shouldn't have any concern, but do just because of the reality of what they're seeing?
Dana, the bottom line is if you want less collateral arrest, and let us in the jail. I mean, we want to arrest a bad guy in the safety and security of a county jail, but sanctuary cities release him into the community, which means we got to go to the community and find him. And when we find that bad person, many, many times, whether it's at a work site or in the community, they're with other people in the United States illegally. And we're going to let ICE enforce the law, uphold the oath they took. We're not going to be like the last administration who told ICE, instructed ICE, you can't arrest somebody for simply being here illegally. They got to be convicted of a serious offense. That's not what the law says. Yeah. We're enforcing the law. But look, immigration enforcement, I'm going to be clear, immigration enforcement's always been emotional. It's always been controversial. I've been doing this since 1984. I get it. Mm-hmm. And I understand why people want to come to the greatest nation on earth. I get it. But if we can't send a message to the whole world that it's okay to enter this country legally. Don't worry about it. Even though it's a crime, come and enter legally. And when you get an order of removal from a judge, you don't have to leave. You can become a fugitive, and we'll never look for you. Mm-hmm. We got to send a message to the whole world. There are consequences for breaking laws, and I think that's why one of the reasons we have the most secure border in history of this nation today. It's just not because we got boots on the ground on the border, not because we end in catch or release. A lot of it's consequences. You're watching what's happening. We're enforcing the immigration law, and I think that consequence has a lot to do with having the most secure border in history of this nation.
Yeah, and there's nothing compassionate about sanctuary cities. There's nothing compassionate about all of the policies and attitudes that are advanced and exemplified by the left on this issue. I mean, generally speaking, on this issue, as well as virtually every other issue, it is phony compassion. How phony is it? They don't even care about the people they're purporting to represent. How many times do we have to go through this with the identitarians, these neo-Marxists? Other human beings are means to their political ends. That's it. That is their only utility. And so the huddled masses, as they would like you to believe all of the people here illegally are, in the the Emma Lazarosian sense of it, they're just mascots. If they have political utility, great. And if they don't, then we move on. An example of this, you saw the story of a person in this country illegally who died after jumping to his death off a 3-story building during an ICE raid in Camarillo, California. The headlines, NBC News, California farm worker dies after chaotic federal immigration raid. AP, California farm worker who fell from greenhouse roof during chaotic ICE raid. Gosh, it's almost like they're reading from the same playbook. They're sharing a mind. Farm worker dies fleeing an immigration raid in Southern California. But for the heavy-handed raids of ICE and the callousness of the Trump administration, this man would be alive. They were looking for their George Floyd. They're looking for their mascot. They're looking for their victim to use as a political cudgel. But what happened when it turned out that raid was a little bit more complicated than those initial headlines? Well, they went from blaming ICE and engaging in the typical rhetoric about jackbooted thugs and Gestapo and killing people, disappearing people, and to silence. This man who was in the country illegally, he was afraid of federal officers, catching him for trespassing. So he fell to his death after climbing on top of a greenhouse, even though officers were not chasing him at the time. And something else, it was dropped altogether. Silence. They've moved on. It was because after it was revealed that federal agents rescued 14 child workers from this pot farm in Camarillo, California. Most of them are alone without parents or guardians. And they also took into custody 3 convicted criminals, rapist, kidnapper, and a thief who were working illegally on the pot farm alongside these children working illegally on multiple levels. So then it became, oh, well, I guess that guy wasn't that important because we don't want the underlying facts, the context to get out, because that's not going to serve our interest well of trying to martyr this guy that we don't really care about except as a anecdote. That's not compassion. That's not concern for your fellow man. It's the opposite of those things, isn't it? Steve in Arlington Heights.
Hey, Dan. I think I've got a pretty good solution for illegal immigration. You get all these ICE raids that are, targeting the pot farm or that meatpacking plant recently, and they round these guys up. They send them out of the country or into, these camps or whatever. What happens to the companies themselves? Absolutely nothing. It's illegal to hire illegal aliens. Why don't they fine the companies like some hefty fines, and that would probably slow down the hiring of these illegals. If they have nowhere to work, they probably won't come here.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Bill in Cape Coral, Florida.
All these people that are defund the police, they better watch what they wish for, because What's going to happen to the child molester when the father gets a hold of him? There's not going to be the police to stop the father, and no one's going to prosecute the father. And that child molester, that'll be his last child. Same with shoplifting. They raid these stores. They run into Muhammad's store. Well, Muhammad's going to come with his long machete and start hacking their hands and feet off when they're stealing. And who's going to prosecute them? Nobody. So they think that the people that are the good people are just going to, there's no police, so they'll be able to raid on us and roll on us. That's not going to happen. When there's no police, there's no more fear that we're going to get sued, that we're going to be in trouble because we act responsible. We're not criminals. Well, they'll turn us into protectors. I'm not going to say criminals. We'll be protecting our families and our children and our stores, our properties. They better watch what they wish for because it might backfire on them. That's all I got to say.
Thanks, Bill. Tim in Woodstock.
Hey, good morning, Dan. I would just say, going back to the David Litt article, be wary of your leftist friends and relatives when they're trying to bum a surfing lesson from you.
Yeah, right.
The whole tone of it was just, it seemed to me, was so condescending. It was like, yeah, my brother taught me how to surf, but my intellect is just too high to teach, to get anything through to him. My thoughts are too complex to have really taught him much. And he also talked, and I think you mentioned yesterday that, like, his brother and him, they were like in two different bubbles, a cultural bubble. He was in one, his brother was in one. And the way I see it is, no, I really reject that premise. We know the arguments of the left. We know what they think, but we reject their arguments. And on the other hand, they simply reject us because we're conservative. It doesn't matter what our arguments are. And going back to COVID, the whole issue, it wasn't two cultures passing each other. It was one trying to control the information that could get out during the lockdowns and to force a way of life on us. And so the idea that we're just in two different cultures passing each other is not the way I would frame it.
Thanks for the call, Tim. Yeah, I mean, it's the whole, there's extremes on both sides, and so the truth is somewhere in the middle. No, not necessarily. No. The extremes on both sides. Yeah, of course there's extremes on both sides, generally speaking. But specifically when it comes to immigration policy, let's talk about the substance. You don't get to do the, like, Trump's over here and Biden's over there, and it's somewhere in the middle, and we just have to sort of compromise because that's what sounds good. It sounds like I'm independent and I'm thoughtful because I'm not in one camp or the other. No, you're actually the opposite of being independent and thoughtful. You're just in that camp where you just say, I don't want to examine the substance of it. I don't want to make a decision on which policy regime makes more sense. So I'm just going to say, let's, split the difference. That's not thoughtful. This is the antithesis of thoughtfulness. You haven't examined the substance of it. You haven't thought it through. You don't have an argument to make for or against any particular provision. It's just all sort of that, sentimental support or opposition based on whoever is most masterfully pulling the emotive strings. I did want to get to this other story because it's of a kind of the mascotism of the left. It's a local. I'll just get to it quickly. I mean, U.S. immigration news. Donald Trump's Department of Justice fires Chicago Assistant Chief Immigration Judge Jennifer Payton. Really? This is what you're going to go with? Trying to make some local immigration judge a martyr? The I-Team over at ABC7 is on the job. Oh, the I-Team was able to uncover the Jennifer Payton termination. She's been an immigration judge for 9 years, but the past 6 months have been brutal, quote unquote. Brutal. It's an interesting characterization. The I-Team didn't want to delve into why she characterizes the past 6 months as brutal. Gee, I wonder. I kept telling myself, and my husband kept saying, they're going to have to fire me. I'm not quitting. Okay, so they did. You serve at the pleasure of the Attorney General. You serve at the pleasure of the presidential administration, just like U.S. attorneys. So you got fired. She said after January 20th, there was a massive change in tone. It was basically like we were told that we weren't valued. Oh, heavens. Gosh. Not propping up your self-esteem. Well, isn't that a sad story? I mean, this is what you're going with? To try to play up the Trump administration victims and generate sympathy? Really? And a nameless, faceless immigration judge? Oh, by the way, Durbin released a statement calling her firing an abuse of power and punishment for a non-political judge. Right. A non-political judge who called the last 6 months of her 9-year tenure brutal. Uh-huh. Okay, I-Team. Good luck with making Jennifer Payton and immigration judge Christy Nelson, the two women profiled in this piece, your martyrs. Coming up at 7:30. Well, coming up at 7:37, we turn our attention to other matters. COVID reckoning, perhaps a revisitation of the marijuana psychosis problem, since that's all the rage. I mean, marijuana legalization, and other matters with Alex Berenson. But now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 76 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says the U.S. is destined to be the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence.
He spoke at the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit on Tuesday.
This is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America.
The event brought together some of the top leaders and investors in energy and AI. Trump announced $90 billion worth of private investments in AI and energy in Pennsylvania. He said the state is retaking its place at the forefront of energy. I'm Brian Shook.
More Americans say that they're anxious about money. A new survey from Northwestern Mutual found that nearly 70% of respondents were feeling anxiety and depression over financial uncertainty. That's an 8% increase from 2023. Financial experts say those worried about money should consider opening an emergency savings account that would cover up to 6 months' worth of expenses. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt takes it as a threat, but not much of one.
The threat by Iranian officials to strike him with a drone when he's sunbathing. Yeah, it's a threat, but he doesn't have to pay any attention to it because it's like the older kid holding the little kid at bay with a long outstretched arm while the little kid swings. If they try anything, he will level the place, and they know it.
The Hugh Hewitt Show, afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, this is Sean Thompson. You know, there's an old joke about Uncle Sam's tax short form. The first line says, "How much did you make?" The next line says, "Send it in." Sadly, that's not funny at all for honest people who pay taxes. But that's exactly what a lot of people do in their retirement. They take money out of their 401k and their IRA, and they send it into the IRS. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group believes there's a better plan for your retirement than Uncle Sam's plan of send it in. What if your current plan includes thousands of dollars in unnecessary taxes and fees? What if you're headed for higher Medicare payments, lower Social Security checks? What if the savings you may realize allows you to retire even earlier? Wouldn't you want to know all of that right now? Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group and find out today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. You can also visit alphawealthgroup.com to schedule your no-obligation consultation.
Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life. Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit to keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
From the Team Hogwarts Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 16 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 15 minutes. Outbound is about 31 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office is 22 minutes. Outbound is 17 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 22 minutes. Outbound is about 17 minutes. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. What if they can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, they can't. But they can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at their company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot and humid with a mix of clouds and sunshine, along with a few thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. These storms may lead to heavy rain and strong wind gusts in some areas. The high will reach 92 degrees. Tonight it will remain mostly cloudy and humid with a chance of a couple of showers and a powerful thunderstorm in the evening, followed by a passing shower later on. The low will be around 70 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Health Quest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. So, inflation ticked up a bit last month, but that doesn't mean that Trump isn't making a lot of converts with the performance of his administration, particularly in economic policies to date. In point of fact, yesterday, CNBC, Ken Langone, co-founder of Home Depot, billionaire, who was not a fan of Trump for a long time, has done a 180. Take a listen to Ken Langone's comments on CNBC.
Look, let me tell you right now, I am sold on Trump. In fact, I'll say this. I think he's got a good shot at going down in history as one of our best presidents ever.
That is a real turnaround because you didn't want to vote for him.
I tell you the reason. I want to tell you, I'm a believer. What I'm seeing happening is absolutely nothing short of a great thing. And there's a beat. People are walking with more bounce in there. It's all around.
I gave you quite a bit of grief.
Huh?
I gave you grief.
You give me grief?
I gave you grief when it was a binary choice. You're still complaining about Trump and it was a binary choice. It's like, are you kidding me?
Knowledge implies one thing. When you made a mistake, admit it.
Okay.
I think this guy is turning out to be a president.
Right.
One of the pilots on that miraculous trip to Iran that we wiped out, whatever the hell we wiped out.
Right.
He said, you're the only guy that in the presidency that would have done what you did. One of the pilots said that.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's probably right.
For more on this, pleased to be joined by Steve Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again. Steve, thanks for joining.
Hi, Dan. Good morning. Well, look, I've been with Trump from the start.
Yeah.
I don't always agree with him, but I do think he's off to an amazing start. I mean, the economy is really picked up substantially. I think you look at the stock market, you look at what's happened with inflation. It's, in the 2.5% to 3% range, down from the 6 and 7% range from Biden. You look at what's happening with jobs; they're pretty abundant. So Trump is off to a very, very good start, and he's pressing all the right buttons. We got the big, beautiful tax bill done. The one thing Republicans have not done, Dan, that I know, is something you complain about, and I do too, is they're not cutting any government spending. But on the deregulation side, on the energy side, and on the tax side, it's been a beautiful picture so far.
And the well, on the spending side, I mean, I don't want to spend too much time on rescission. I mean, it's $9 billion. Every $9 billion counts.
But cut $9 billion out of a $7 trillion budget. I mean, it's pathetic. $9 billion. That's like less than 1% of the budget. My goodness.
I know. That's why I don't want to spend too much time on it, because even if they accomplish it, it's not much of an accomplishment, although it will be sort of personally delicious to see $1.1 billion pulled from NPR and PBS. That would be enjoyable.
And not only would it be enjoyable, it would be a victory for America. I mean, we should not have the government running the radio stations and TV stations.
Exactly.
It's that simple.
Exactly.
Right.
But back to fiscal and monetary policy. The push to have Jerome Powell pushed out before the end of his term next year, in part because, and Kevin Warsh was on Bardaroma this weekend saying that President is right, Powell has been slow to act to reduce interest rates. Is that your view?
Listen, I think that Powell is the most political Fed chairman we've ever had. I think he's out to get Trump. There's no reason why you would have cut interest rates a month before the election to help Kamala Harris when inflation was high, but now inflation is low, and he won't lower interest rates. And incidentally, I don't know if you've been following this scandal of the $2.5 billion, not $2.5 million, $2.5 billion renovation of the Federal Reserve building in Washington, D.C. It's going to be the most ornate. They've got fountains, they've got marble staircases, they've got a rooftop terrace with the come on. The Fed should be leading by example, and they're spending money, through the wahoo. And this is a bit of a scandal. I mean, and Trump was right to call them out on this. So I think his days are numbered. I don't know if he's going to get fired before his term is up, which I think is in March, but he's going to be gone. I guarantee it. I think he's the most overrated man. Time Magazine almost made him the Time of the Year last year, except Taylor
Swift
took him out of it. Yeah, Taylor Swift took him out of that. But listen, I mean, the guy's overrated. He is political, and I think he's got to go.
And Trump on trade, before we let you go. I mean, it's sort of very whimsical. The tariffs are coming down, tariffs are going up, a deal is being made, a framework is here. What's your handle on the overall approach to tariffs and trade at this point?
Well, it's a real simple story, Dan. So every time Trump talks about, and this dates back to the beginning of the year when Trump came into office, every time he talks about tariffs, what happens to the stock market?
Tanks.
Tanks. And then, exactly. Every time he opens his mouth and said new tariffs, the market goes down. But then every time he announces a trade deal, what happens? The market goes up again. And so he's been able to pull off a lot of trade deals. And I'm not a big tariff guy, as you know, and your listeners know. But so far, he's been able to negotiate some pretty good deals. He is a pretty good deal maker. I think he's going to get that deal done with Japan and Korea and, the Canada and so on. And at the end of the day, if it works, and that's a big if because it's a risky strategy, you could actually have lower tariffs imposed on American products, and that's a good thing. I mean, a lot of these countries have a punitive treatment of our tech products, of our agriculture, of our dairy products, of our cars. So let's get a better deal.
Stephen Moore, economist, author of The Trump Economic Miracle and the Plan to Unleash Prosperity Again. Thanks, Steve.
All right, Dan. Have a great day.
You too. Care. And he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey, it's Sean Thompson here for Level 10 Coating. You've been hearing the ads on AM560 for months. Listeners love the product. Shiny new garage floors. And here's the thing. If you grow up in Chicago, you know a garage isn't just for parking cars. It's a sanctuary for yourself. Sometimes you could throw a kid's party there. Sometimes you can watch a game with your friends. But it doesn't have to be a cracked, dry, ugly cement floor with all dust on it. It can be a product you love. That's what Level 10 Coating delivers. Level 10 Coatings makes it someplace you'll want to be all the time. Level 10 Coatings, you can call now for a free quote at 855-510-2628. The number again, 855-510-2628. It's not just garage floors either. It's anywhere you want to make the cement feel more than cement at level10coatings.com. That's level, the number 10, coatings.com.
Big or small, we coat them all. Level 10 Coatings, your custom concrete coating solution.
Folks, Dan Proft here. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain, stop what you're doing and listen up. I want to tell you about QC Kinetics, the game changer in regenerative medicine and longtime sponsor of Chicago's Morning Answer. Forget surgery, forget steroids. QC Kinetics uses your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue and relieve that nagging pain in your knees, shoulders, back, you name it. 92% of patients find relief. This is cutting-edge, non-invasive treatment that's helped thousands ditch the pain meds and get their lives back. QC Kinetics, they're the pros, caring, knowledgeable, and totally focused on finding the right solution for you. If joint pain is slowing you down this summer, do what smart people around the country are doing. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. QC Kinetics has locations in Naperville, Oak Brook Terrace, Morton Grove, Gurnee, and Crystal Lake. Trust me, you've got nothing to lose and everything to gain, including your freedom from pain. Get a second opinion. This could be life-changing. Call today to see if you're a candidate. 312-809-5955. Tell them Dan Proft sent you. That number again, 312-809-5955. Again, 312-809-5955.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
Hi, my name's Neil. I have some advice for you if you've been trying to break free from credit card debt. You can start by doing what I did. Get your bills together and call Trinity Debt Management. Trinity is dedicated to helping people like me become debt-free. When I called, my first experience was a feeling of relief. My counselor was kind, and best of all, she didn't judge me. In just a few minutes, she helped me figure out a plan that consolidated all my bills into one lower monthly payment. This substantially reduced my high interest rates and put me on the road to success. In the end, I saved thousands in interest, and today, my credit card debt is a thing of the past.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Neil. Take it from someone who's been there. Call Trinity and become debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Are you turning 65 and thinking about Medicare? Or are you over 65 and haven't enrolled yet because you still have coverage at work? Either way, Medicare done correctly will be the best health insurance you will ever have. Imagine having an annual deductible of only $257. There are only two good things about aging, wisdom and Medicare. But to navigate the Medicare maze properly, you need a mentor. Best part? My guidance costs you nothing. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Medicare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than a decade. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
They took everything. Our equipment, our supplies, it's all gone.
It's devastating. Every order is going to be delayed for months, and our customers are going to find someone else.
I don't know if we'll ever recover from this. We're already getting calls from clients checking on their orders.
Who knows how long it will take to get back on our feet? What were we thinking not upgrading our security?
Don't let a break-in devastate your business. Protect yourself with Goldilocks. They'll create a customized security solution for you. From commercial doors with keyless entry to 24/7 alarm monitoring, they have you covered. Learn more at GoldilocksInc.com and have a security technician conduct an on-site assessment of your business. Plus, AM 560 listeners get their first 3 months of monitoring free with a new install. Call Goldilocks now. 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Goldilocks, Chicagoland's premier locksmith doors and security systems company since 1981.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-developers of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Virago was formulated to boost your immune system to fight off the viruses that you encounter every day. I made Virago into a liquid formula to improve the absorption and to provide a rapid response for your immune system. Taking Virago every day helps your immune system fight off all types of daily assaults. Go to myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com and receive 30% off using promo code IMMUNE. And remember, Maha starts with Virago.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirogo.com.
And use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
FestGen Wealth Partners knows you're feeling the pinch of rising cost of living, and you are not alone. Potentially maximize your savings and get the guidance you need through times of uncertainty with a team at FestGen Wealth Partners. Get started at GetRetiredStayRetired.com.
Advisory services offered through FestGen Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Securities offered through Private Client Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC. Private Client Services and FestGen Advisors, LLC are unaffiliated entities. Any information discussed does not constitute investment advice. FestGen Advisors and Private Client Services do not offer tax legal advice.
AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. I mentioned this earlier in the program, but we really didn't get to it. But we must. Adam Schiff, the noxious, detestable Adam Schiff. This would be like getting Capone on tax fraud, tax evasion. Getting Adam Schiff on mortgage fraud. President Trump posting on Trump Social. I've always suspected Shifty Adam Schiff was a scam artist. Now I learn that Fannie Mae's Financial Crimes Division has concluded Adam Schiff has engaged in a sustained pattern of possible mortgage fraud. Adam Schiff said his primary residence was in Maryland to get a cheaper mortgage and rip off America, when he must live in California because he is a congressman from California. I always knew he was a crook, he continued. Of course he did. He has a lot to say on this topic. The fraud began with the refinance of his Maryland property in February of 2009 and continued through multiple transactions until the Maryland property was correctly designated as a second home in October of 2020. Mortgage fraud is very serious, and crooked Adam Schiff, now a senator, needs to be brought to justice. Golly gee, I wonder what Letitia James, the Attorney General in New York State, would say about this. The last year he was hit with an ethics complaint over this same topic, and it is problematic. You're claiming a home as your primary residence that is not in the state in which you are an elected official, which is a problem. As a member of Congress, you have to live in the state where you are a representative. You don't have to live in the district as a member of Congress, but you have to live in the state. So he has to live in the state of California. That means you have to be domiciled there. That means your primary residence is there. But for years, he's taken a homeowner's tax exemption on the condo he owns in Burbank, California, claiming that that home is his primary residence because he's taking the property tax exemption. But he has signed documents asserting that the Maryland home is his primary residence. So he's done it sort of both ways. But you take the exemption where you are claiming domicile, which is California, but he's representing to the banks that his primary residence is Maryland, and that potentially implicates fraud statutes. Oh, golly gee. I hate for anything to happen to him. It's very interesting. I mean, it's a problem. I don't know if it's a problem that will rise to the level of a prosecution, because this is not exhaustive in terms of the representations he's made. Not all of these documents are public, but certainly worth a look-see. I'd support that. Charlie in Los Angeles, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning or good afternoon. I spoke to your great producer earlier. I don't know anything about Adam Schiff, but if you put Adam Schiff's picture in front of me, I would look at this person and I would say, I don't trust this person. I don't care if he's a Republican. I don't care if he's a Democrat. Everything about this person says, why do I trust you? Why do I want you to lead me politically? Why do I want you to be my voice? Everything about him is just, there's something disturbing about him. Is that bad for me to think that? Am I wrong?
I don't know. Some guys just give off that vibe, don't they? I guess, Charlie, guys, I hear you. I mean, ever since he's, thanks for the call, ever since he's burst onto the scene, he's just one of those guys, the way he addresses issues or answers questions, he just comes across as like, this guy is, sort of either giving me some sort of misdirection or he's completely lying about his position, particularly anytime there's a challenge to anything he said. He just comes across as somebody who is, fork-tongued. And by the way, this is a former prosecutor. Former prosecutors are beyond reproach. I think we've been disabused of that notion. And the other thing, now watching him, this is not just looking at him for the first time, but watching him, then how he can continue to walk away from all the things that he said and did during the Russian collusion hoax. He was the guy who was going to bring forward the smoking gun, don't forget. That the facility he has with lying, it just oozes out of him. He's one of those guys that's just so unctuous, oleaginous. It just oozes out of him. Kevin in Austin, Texas.
I love how Trump and the Republicans are going after the government gangsters on a technicality, like the years ago how they got Al Capone. They were so good at covering up their crimes, except like one minor technicality. Wasn't Capone taken out for like tax fraud or something?
Yeah, tax evasion, right? Yeah,
wonderful.
Yeah, thanks.
I hope it continues.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. Well, again, in the infamous words of Letitia James, no one is above the law. Right, it's true. Not the President of the United States, and not the good junior senator from California either. Coming up at 8:08, now it's time for Alex Berenson and the bizarre meanness of our public health betters. We'll start there with Berenson at 8:08. It is now time to check the headlines because it's 8 o'clock on AM 560 WIND Chicago.
Fewer migrants are coming and more are leaving. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The number of illegal border crossings last month, the fewest ever recorded.
8,000 U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions nationwide. That is a new historic low. And 0 parole releases compared to 27,766 released in June 2024.
And Fox's Peter Doocy also reports from the White House the U.S. has sent another flight, deporting immigrants here illegally to an African country, this time Eswatini.
The idea is to show people thinking of coming to the U.S. illegally that if they get caught, they are probably not going to wind up in the U.S. waiting for their court date. They could wind up on a very, very long flight to a developing country that is going to be tough to get out of.
Now, Homeland Security reports an 830% increase in attacks on agents this year, blaming all the anti-ICE protests against immigration raids. Meanwhile, in Texas,
the FBI says Benjamin Song was arrested in Dallas. The 32-year-old wanted for his alleged role in a July 4th attack on the Prairieland Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas. He faces charges including attempted murder of a federal officer, accused of firing 2 AR-15-style rifles at 2 correctional officers and 1 Alvarado police officer.
That's Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Vice President Vance cast a tie-breaking vote at the Senate last night, advancing what's called a rescissions package toward a final vote. It would cancel more than $9 billion worth of federal funding already approved, most of it for foreign aid. There's also money for public broadcasting, as Republicans say PBS and NPR have a liberal bias. But Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer says that'll affect
local news throughout the country, including in rural areas that lack broadband and other options.
Also in Washington, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is hosting a breakfast for Zoran Mondani, who has quickly built a name for himself after winning the Democratic primary for mayor in New York City, though President Trump says
he's a communist. I don't think our country is ready for a communist, but we're going to see.
America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 79 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. The city of Chicago is remembering the hundreds of people who died back in 1995 during the heat wave in the city. Mayor Johnson and other city officials gathered yesterday to honor more than 700 Chicagoans who lost their lives 30 years ago.
Many of those lives that were lost were black and elderly, low-income residents living in communities that have been ignored and under-resourced.
Temperatures reached 106 degrees in Chicago, with humidity making it feel 20 degrees hotter. The deadly heat wave changed how the city responds to emergencies. State Controller Susan Mendoza may bypass a re-election bid to run for mayor of Chicago in 2027. The Chicago Tribune reports there's speculation she will not run for a fourth term. Mendoza did not meet last week's deadline set by Cook County Democratic Party officials to confirm an appearance at Friday's county slating. The event is designed to endorse Democratic City Ward and Suburban Township Committee persons. Mendoza's camp says she's weighing her options, including re-election. Northwest Indiana officials are investigating an apparent murder-suicide. The Lake County Coroner's Office found the bodies of a man and a woman in a home on Saturday in Maryville. The deceased have been identified as 74-year-old Mark Sigstad and 74-year-old Linda Sigstad. The coroner's office says they both died of gunshot wounds. The woman's death has been ruled a homicide, the man's death a suicide. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Bank of America shares are up 1.5% after it reported a mixed quarter. It made less from investment banking, though BOA says consumers remain resilient in the spring quarter with healthy spending. Johnson & Johnson is reporting an upbeat quarter. Sales and earnings top forecast. The stock's up more than 1%. The healthcare and medical device maker says it's positioned for more growth in the second half of the year as it releases new treatments. Estee Lauder wants you to buy its beauty products online right from the company. It says artificial intelligence is changing the way people shop for cosmetics. AI will suggest and discover complementary products. The company's also mining consumer data and will identify trends more quickly. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda. Invested in you.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. brand. Call the hotline at TaxPro USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-881-2755. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call TaxPro USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-881-2755. 800-881-2755. That's 800-881-2755.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. If you're over 50 and tired of your wireless bill getting higher and higher, there are 4 things to consider. 1, how much data are you really using? As we get older, we use less data on our wireless phone, but you're probably still paying for an unlimited plan that was designed for 20-somethings. 2, if you see Get a Phone on Us, get your sneakers out and run the other way. No one is giving you a free phone. You are paying for that phone over time with an overpriced rate plan and a long-term commitment. 3, check the fine print on that $15 a month plan. It's probably an intro price that'll double or triple later. You might even have to pay for several months of service up front. Number 4, be aware of cable company wireless plans. Most of your usage will be on Wi-Fi instead of 5G, and your calls and battery life could suffer. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide service without the big wireless bill. Our plans start at just $20 a month.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes, going to be 15 minutes outbound. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Byrne interchange, 31 minutes, outbound 31 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 37 minutes, outbound 30 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 31 minutes. Outbound is about 21 minutes. Traffic is a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot and humid with a mix of clouds and sunshine, leading to a couple of thunderstorms in the afternoon. These storms may bring flooding downpours and localized damaging wind gusts with a high of 92. Tonight, expect mostly cloudy skies and humidity, along with a few showers and a heavy thunderstorm in the evening. This will be followed by a passing shower late at night with a low of 70. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Piece by Charles Fane Lehman in the Wall Street Journal recently on marijuana. Marijuana, we're revisiting it. Some are. Some just want to just plow ahead because there's money in it. And I'm talking mainly about the politicians here, in addition to the obvious interested parties, those in the industry. Whether to loosen the government's ultimate controls on marijuana is something that Trump inherited from Biden. Under the law currently, marijuana is a Schedule I substance, meaning it has no accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. Biden initiated a process to move it to Schedule III, labeling it with a medicine with only moderate abuse potential. And now Trump has to decide whether or not to reschedule marijuana or not. Charles Fane Lehman argues that he shouldn't. Though rescheduling wouldn't mean legalization, it would still be a federally controlled substance. It also wouldn't necessarily mean increasing the medical availability of it. Medical cannabis is legal in 40 states. The primary effect of rescheduling would be a tax break to fuel the growth of state legal marijuana businesses. There's a provision which provides businesses can't deduct the cost of trafficking Schedule I or II controlled substances, but that's not the case for Schedule 3. And what of legalization in those 40 states mentioned? What do we know? He argues legalization has increased rates of marijuana addiction, typically called marijuana use disorder, including rates of heavy use among teens. State legal businesses have a profit-motivated reason to nurture addiction. Due to legalization, today's pot is far more potent than it was decades ago. Research links marijuana use, especially in young adulthood, to IQ loss, schizophrenia, heart attacks, strokes, and lung disease. And he argues, does Charles Van Leeuwen, legalization is already socially toxic. Research by the Kansas City Fed found it increased homelessness, addiction, and arrest by double-digit percentages. Other research, both on Seattle and Vancouver, British Columbia, find the dispensary proximity causally reduces property values. And there's also the odor, which you can pick up on walking around downtown Chicago at any time of day. The rescheduling decision rests with DOJ and HHS, and we'll see what President Trump's decide. This is something that Alex Berenson was becoming sort of famous for, high profile on this topic when pre-COVID, I should say, when he started writing about the topic, based in significant measure, as I recall, on the experience that his wife had as an emergency room physician, and seeing instances of marijuana-induced psychosis in young people. So maybe as we're in the post-COVID era, not that we're done talking about COVID and the aftermath, but it is time to revisit some of this as well as it becomes more and more popularized and perhaps less and less scrutinized. For more on this topic and others, pleased to be joined by the aforesaid Alex Berenson, of course, the author of Pandemia, How Coronavirus Hysteria Took Over Our Government, Rights, and Lives, and his popular Substack, which you can subscribe to at alexandberenson.substack.com, is entitled Unreported Truths. Alex, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Before they hated me for COVID and saying we shouldn't lock down, the hard left hated me for saying that cannabis was not a miracle cure for everything under the sun.
Such a contrarian you are, yes. So where, perhaps 6 or 7 years after you started writing frequently about this topic, where are we, do you think?
Well, I think, Charles Van Leeuwen summed it up. What's interesting is legalization has proven to be such a mess. It's done essentially nothing good, and it actually, strangely enough, hasn't really even, from the legalizer's point of view, done anything good, because it's opened a few people who had never used marijuana or hadn't used marijuana in a long time, hadn't used cannabis in a long time. Maybe they used it in college in the 80s or 90s or even 70s. And some of those people have tried the new cannabis, have tried, THC extracts, and found just how unpleasant high potency THC can be for a lot of people, because it is so strong. And when you're using, a 95% THC vape, if you're not used to that, it's basically a hallucinogen for you. It is not a mild intoxicant by any means. So legalization has more or less failed, but I don't know that we're going back. If we're not, I don't think we're going to go back for a long time. It's one of these things people sort of made up their minds that, based on a bunch of false pretenses about how cannabis was really a powerful medicine that people should be allowed to take, and how we were putting a lot of, black people in jail for marijuana possession, neither of which were true at all, and certainly outside the South. The second was not true and has not been true for several decades. And so they don't want to think about it anymore. And, they see a dispensary here, a dispensary there, unless their children get stuck in addiction, or, someone they know gets stuck in addiction, and which sometimes does come with psychosis, and in the worst cases can actually, lead to schizophrenia, which is a permanent psychotic disorder, which is not something I would wish on my, worst enemy. People just aren't thinking about it that much. So there's this there's this group of people who are pushing for rescheduling. They're pushing for full federal legalization. I don't think full federal legalization is in the cards anytime soon. Rescheduling might be. Rescheduling is sort of ridiculous because, on the one hand, no, cannabis is not as unsafe as heroin. On the other hand, it's a smoked product, right? So it can't really be a medicine because you don't smoke your medicine. No doctor would ever prescribe tobacco for somebody, even if it, increases alertness. We don't smoke medicine. So from that point of view, cannabis should be a Schedule I substance. But the 1 versus 3, except for this issue about being able to deduct taxes, is sort of secondary to the broader cultural fight and the broader, state fights over legalization.
Now, just a point of order. I smoke cigars when I play golf, and I find not only they're enjoyable and relaxing, but also they sort of serve as a swing aid to keep me on plane when I take the club away. So, I'm just challenging your medical characterization of tobacco in that narrow instance.
There you go.
All right. Now you've been called out, not to play devil's advocate. You and Lehman were both called out by Jeremy Berkey, who's the editor of this outlet called Cultivated, which is a pro-marijuana legalization. Yep. Here's what he writes in response to this Wall Street Journal piece and some of what you said. It's important to note that we do have a clear example of a federally coherent cannabis policy in Canada, which legalized in 2018. While the industry is still a work in progress for many companies and consumers, the sky has not fallen. The vast majority of people who walk around downtown Toronto or midtown Manhattan, places like that writers like Lehman or Alex Berenson maintain are filled with crime and disorder spurred by legalization, aren't thinking about cannabis at all unless they're specifically seeking it out or happen to pass by a dispensary. What the also goes on said in the Wall Street Journal piece are the clear benefits of legalization, including capturing tax revenue from criminal organizations, fixing the sordid history of racialized policing, and creating economic opportunities for communities, often minorities or in low-income zip codes that were punished for cannabis in the first place.
So what he's saying is the sky hasn't fallen. And of course, the sky hasn't fallen, right? Cannabis
not the standard.
Yeah, right. That's not the standard. Cannabis is not methamphetamine. Okay, it's not fentanyl. Okay, it's a bad drug, but it's not the worst drug. Let's not pretend it is, right? But the question is not whether cannabis, legalization is going to produce, the end of civilization. The question is whether it's a good idea on balance, and it's clearly proven not to be a good idea on balance. And by the way, one other thing that people like Jeremy don't acknowledge is that the illicit market remains huge in legalized states, okay? Because what unfortunately has happened is the new high-potency stuff, this is always true, it's become more true, again, is not that attractive to casual users, but it is very attractive and very addictive for people who use heavily. And guess what? It also interferes with your ability to work. Mm-hmm. So those people just want as much cannabis as possible at the lowest possible price. And the illicit market delivers that because it doesn't, have the cost of regulation or insurance or storefronts or any of that. And guess what? In legal states, there's essentially no law enforcement against those people. So they don't have to worry about the cost of incarceration or really having to hide their, operations at all. So they can deliver cheaply. And so what you get is the worst of all worlds. You get this kind of like floundering legal market as well as a big illicit market. And let me add one thing that Charles didn't talk about and that I don't talk about enough, which is what's called Delta 8 THC, Delta 10 THC. There are slightly chemically different versions of THC, which is the main psychoactive molecule in cannabis, that are essentially now federally legal due to something that we did in 2018, sort of by accident, although I think the industry knew what it was doing, where those non-Delta 9 THC products are legal basically everywhere, including in states that haven't legalized at all. And that needs to change. And I would think even the industry would think that needs to change because those products are totally unregulated at the state and the federal level.
It seems to me that this is another instance, though, where we have a hard time getting the straight dope, if you will, from the medical community. It's just
you're absolutely right.
It's just it becomes too political. It's too popular. It's too political. The interests are too powerful for too many medical professionals to tell the truth. I mean, we see this playing out over and over again with respect to public health matters.
You're absolutely right. I mean, psychiatrists know how bad this stuff is. They're the ones, psychiatrists and ER docs are the ones who see and Jackie is a forensic psychiatrist, meaning that she actually sees people who are charged.
Your wife.
Cases.
Your
yes.
wife. Yeah.
So she she sees the sort of downstream effects. But yeah, they haven't wanted to talk about this at all because the legalizing community always says, well, this is a racist issue.
Yeah.
And if you talk about the truth about how, problematic cannabis can be, you're just a racist.
Right. And if you don't support vaccine mandates, then a disproportionate percentage of minorities will die, of the people who will die, and you're a racist. I mean, it's always just, we know what the conclusion is. It's just different ways to get to it.
Yes, absolutely right.
And so, speaking of that too, you wrote about this, and we talked about it on this show too, because it was just so grotesque. This pediatrician in Texas that politicized the Texas floods and the kids who were killed in those floods by basically saying, because you didn't believe it, because these people were Christians and ostensibly conservatives, even though they were, 8 and 9-year-olds, they didn't sufficiently believe in climate change enough, so they got what they deserved. That's essentially what this pediatrician in Houston said.
Yeah.
And then she was sort of relieved of her duty, at least temporarily. But I mean, it speaks to, if this was a one-off, I wouldn't make such a big deal about it. But because of our experience in these big public health issues, and because climate changes and gun violence, the public health leadership tries to turn into public health issues too, you have to address it because it's more of the intellectual corruption of the profession.
Yes, and it's funny you mention that because I've been getting emails from other parents, including one in the Chicago area that I need to follow up on, about pediatricians who've just been so stunningly negative, and frequently dumped, kids whose parents, have any questions about the vaccine schedule, or, in one case, a parent said, well, my son went in for a routine, examination, annual check, and all of a sudden he's getting a questionnaire, basically a mental health questionnaire. This is an 11-year-old, did you threaten to, or have you ever considered killing yourself? And it's like, well, what are you doing? And if you're gonna look, I understand sometimes mental health screening is appropriate, right? Certainly if a child's expressed any, discomfort, or if a parent has done that, but it shouldn't. I mean, that's a weird question to ask an 11-year-old who hasn't raised an issue. And if you're going to do it, you need to tell the parents, right? So I think in general with pediatricians, they've sort of gotten sideways with parents in ways that are really not. It's not in the interest of the profession or the family, and it is what you say. It's medicine sort of getting involved outside its lanes and trying to substitute its judgment, or the judgment of some leftist practitioners, on bigger social issues.
Well, right. I mean, we've covered stories on this show. Parents. I mean, there's these anecdotal experiences where the kid goes in for a checkup, parent leaves the room. They're asked if there's a gun in the house, right. and in one instance, then a pediatrician contacted DCFS. I mean, what? Right? What is the basis of doing that?
Right. If the child says, look, Daddy was playing with the gun in front of
that's
mommy,
different.
That's different. But what are you doing without any evidence that there's any risk or harm? Having a gun in your house. Look, a pediatrician may not like that, but that's a reasonable decision for an adult to make, and they're then responsible for taking care of that that weapon properly. And by the way, just to sort of go full circle, some of these same pediatricians will then say that routine drug screening for pregnant women is an invasion of civil liberties. Well, why? Because again, that's more likely to capture Black or Hispanic parents. But by the way, like, it's very clear that parental drug use is a serious risk for kids, even cannabis. So it comes down to, well, this is behavior that I think is okay, or the people doing it are people that I sympathize with.
Right.
So I don't care about that. But having it done, maybe you're more likely to be a white person who has a gun. So that's more problematic for me.
One other piece that you wrote about at your Substack, again, Unreported Truths, I thought was interesting, too, from a different perspective with respect to the medical profession. And that was sort of alignment of interests, and where perhaps there are instances where what the medical establishment, as it's currently constituted, has become, there are misalignments between the doctor's incentives and the patient's incentives, and that becomes a real problem when you're trying to get proper care, not political, but just in terms of proper medical care on a medical basis. And you told the story of your mom dealing with having to get cataract surgery, and I thought it was illustrative of the problem.
Or being told that she needed cataract surgery when she probably doesn't. And it's, again, interesting you bring this up, because I got a follow-up email from someone who works for a company that makes these corrective lenses. And he sort of walked me through the economics of this, from manufacture to inserting the lens in the eye. And it is incredible how much money is made at every step of the process. And unfortunately, doctors are human beings, and some of them are going to be financially motivated. I'm not saying that, my mom might not benefit from cataract surgery on the margins, but does she actually need it? No. And does it come with risk? Yes. But is the surgeon financially incentivized to do it? Yeah, absolutely. It's very clear. So, this is, by the way, I do think that, with COVID over, I've written a lot of different things on Unreported Truths in the last, few months, year or two. But I do feel like there's a potential for me to, and I said this to readers a couple of days ago, become sort of like the Matt Taibbi of medicine, where I'm writing, countercultural takes, but informed, and with the help of people in the profession who see how, problematic so many things are right now, and don't feel they have anywhere else to turn to tell, what they're seeing. And it seems like from the reader response I'm getting, people really want me to do that. So I'm definitely going to continue to push down that road.
All right. And you're going to get that content at Unreported Truths. That's Alex Berenson's Substack, alexberenson.substack.com. Again, his book, Pandemia, How Coronavirus Hysteria Took Over Our Government, Rights, and Lives. And one other thing, actually, speaking of books, you also authored a series of spy novels. Maybe some people don't know this as well, right?
Yes. The first one came out in 2006. It's called The Faithful Spy. The main character is John Wells. I don't know how much time we have, but there's like something kind of interesting happened with Mandy Patinkin.
Exactly. Well, that's exactly where I want to go, because I play this. We discussed Mandy Patinkin's rant yesterday on the show, actually, and I mentioned Saul Berenson, of course, in addition to Inigo Montoya. But you created Saul Berenson?
Well, so it's okay. This is complicated, and we really should do it over a different interview where we have more time.
Okay.
The Homeland guys created 24 before they created Homeland. Okay?
Yeah.
Homeland is actually named after an Israeli series also called Homeland, and supposedly that's where the intellectual property came from. I would urge anyone who wants to see where Homeland really came from to read The Faithful Spy, which is the original John Wells novel, which came out in 2006, and to watch season 1 of Homeland. It's not an accident or a coincidence that Saul Berenson is named Saul Berenson and I'm named Alex Berenson. I would go into it more. It would take a little while to explain, but I know those guys, and it got complicated. But when I say that Saul Berenson is Ellis Schaefer, you can, in the John Wells novel,
your character, yeah.
Yes, the character I created. You can read it and see for yourself. You will see.
That's fascinating. Okay, now I'm going to read it because I'm fascinated by this now, and I was a big Homeland fan, and I read Alex Kaplan's books too.
Yep.
So that's okay. This is really interesting. Yeah, you're an interesting cat. You're all over the place doing interesting things.
Well, I've tried to pay the bills in a number of different ways.
Well, it's good. You can't just have your wife's doing the Lord's work there. You got to make some cash to contribute, of course.
There you go.
Alex Berenson, thanks so much as always. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And he joined us on the Turnkey.Pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
For months, you've been hearing ads about Virago immune support. I have to tell you, this stuff is for real. I had an occasion to not be feeling well on a remote broadcast. I took it, and it is the real deal. And the stronger your immune system, the stronger your body defends against diseases, viruses, and everything else. That's why Dr. Huber created Virago, a liquid immune booster supplement. You take it daily. It's a blend of 23 nutraceuticals working in synergy to maximize effects and boost your immune system. It's the nutraceutical cocktail for an immune system, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. Virago even protects your heart, your kidneys, your liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Do yourself and your spouse a favor. Order a bottle of Virago today online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Maha and Virago, making America healthy again.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up at 8:38, we're going to talk to retired Secret Service agent Mike Olson. We'll talk about the post-mortem on Butler that we talked about with Susan Crabtree a bit yesterday, how the agency moves forward, and maybe a couple of other deep state-related matters. That's Mike Olson at 8:38. Now we check the headlines.
Good morning. It's 79 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. A dozen House Republicans voted to block a procedural vote today over concerns about cryptocurrency legislation.
The move keeps the House from debating and eventually voting on 3 separate crypto bills and legislation to fund the Defense Department through next year. House Speaker Mike Johnson said after the vote that the hardliners want to see the crypto bills rolled up into one piece of legislation. Those include the Clarity Act, which looks to establish a regulatory framework for crypto asset markets, the Genius Act, which focuses on stable coins, a digital currency with value tied to a real-world asset, and the CBDC Surveillance State Act. That one would keep the Federal Reserve from coming out with its own digital currency in an effort to keep privacy and individual control over transactions. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
President Trump says he has no plans yet to meet with Pope Leo. He told reporters at the White House Tuesday that he'd like to meet soon, noting that he's already met Leo's brother.
I really like his brother. His brother is a major, serious Trumper. You know that. He's MAGA all the way. And he is MAGA. He's got MAGA signs all over the house. He likes Trump and I like him.
The president says he thinks he'll like the Pope when they meet. News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Have you been getting high quotes for dental implants? With medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
If you've ever wanted to meet Larry Elder, Hugh Hewitt, Mike Gallagher, or Charlie Kirk, now's your chance. It's AM 560's Terrific Talkers VIP Experience Contest. Enter today for a chance to meet your favorite host and sit in on a live broadcast. The grand prize includes airfare and 3 nights of accommodations. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Enter today at 560theanswer.com/VIP. That's 560theanswer.com/VIP.
That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. Fox Valley FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
My friend Paula just remodeled her kitchen. I feel bad. It's so bland.
Yeah. Everyone's using the same templated designs these days or just refacing cabinets.
Let's check out Forever Remodeling. They do full and custom kitchen remodels from the ground up, just for us.
It'd be nice to have a kitchen that's truly ours.
Exactly.
Don't get the same kitchen design as everyone else. Visit Forever Remodeling today at foreverremodeling.com. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. And tell them AM560 sent you.
Hey, this is Sean Thompson. You know, there's an old joke about Uncle Sam's tax short form. The first line says, "How much did you make?" The next line says, "Send it in." Sadly, that's not funny at all for honest people who pay taxes. But that's exactly what a lot of people do in their retirement. They take money out of their 401k and their IRA, and they send it into the IRS. Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group believes there's a better plan for your retirement than Uncle Sam's plan of send it in. What if your current plan includes thousands of dollars in unnecessary taxes and fees? What if you're headed for higher Medicare payments, lower Social Security checks? What if the savings you may realize allows you to retire even earlier? Wouldn't you want to know all of that right now? Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group and find out today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. You can also visit alphawealthgroup.com to schedule your no-obligation consultation.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 15 minutes, going to be 15 minutes outbound. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 31 minutes, outbound 31 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 37 minutes, outbound 30 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 31 minutes. Outbound is about 21 minutes. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Kyle started Blindster in 2010 to make quality, custom-made blinds affordable to everyone. Traditional window covering retailers are expensive. Blindster prices are low, and their blinds are guaranteed to fit. Blindster.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be hot and humid with a mix of clouds and sunshine, along with a few thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. These storms may lead to heavy rain and strong wind gusts in some areas. The high will reach 92 degrees. Tonight it will remain mostly cloudy and humid with a chance of a couple of showers and a powerful thunderstorm in the evening, followed by a passing shower later on. The low will be around 70 degrees. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. We revisited former acting Secret Service Director Ron Rowe's testimony before a Senate committee last July. We revisited it yesterday in advance of our conversation with Susan Crabtree from RealClearPolitics.com because of the hi-hat that Rowe gave Josh Hawley and those members of the Senate who dared to question the decision-making of the Secret Service or the accountability subsequent to the failed assassination attempt in Butler. It wasn't going to be a rush to judgment, Ron Rowe told those senators and the American public by extension. You know, it was all of a kind, not just then, but really up until now, of this exchange between Rowe and Hawley, Josh Hawley, senator from Missouri, when it came to the question of, the elevated position that was left unguarded, the obvious question that even a layman can understand was an oversight, a mistake, incompetence, use the descriptor of your choosing. This was that exchange. This is back at the end of July of last year.
Do you know if someone was supposed to be on the roof? Do you know if someone was in fact? That's what the whistleblowers tells me. That may or may not be accurate. Do you know that to be the fact? Was somebody posted to the roof, local law enforcement or whomever?
I do not know that to be a fact.
Well, can I ask you why you don't know that?
Again, Senator, we are looking at this, and they should have been on that roof. And the fact that they were in the building is something that I'm still trying to understand.
I just want to express my frustration, Director, that 17 days or whatever it's been, that whistleblowers are telling us more than you are, and you don't know, you haven't ascertained if there was supposed to be law enforcement on the roof. That seems like a pretty basic fact. I'm also told that local law enforcement suppliers offered the Secret Service drones, and you declined them. Is that true?
So, Senator, one, I've been very transparent and forthcoming.
Your agency has not been transparent and forthcoming, so please, let's not go there.
I have been forthcoming, sir.
That remains to be seen. You've been on the job a few days. So far, you've fired nobody. Now, the drones.
Thank you,
Were
sir.
you offered drones?
Senator Hawley. So there was an offer to fly a drone on that day.
And why did you deny it?
Again, I think the ability of local law enforcement to provide an asset, we probably should have taken them up on it if it was offered.
And a year later, no one has still been fired. Of course, what we learn is half a dozen, according to Susan Crabtree's reporting, mainly junior level personnel were suspended without pay for between 10 days and 42 days. That's the accountability from an agency that was responsible for a catastrophic event because Corey Competerior was murdered, and almost an even more catastrophic event with a former president being murdered on the same day. Oh boy. Mike Olson is a retired Secret Service agent. He's also the co-founder and owner of 360 Security Services. 360security.services is where you get information on his firm. Mike Olson, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning. You're welcome, Dan.
So a year later, and the report out recently that details the obvious failures, but doesn't really mete out much in the way of stringent punishment, I think, by most people's perspectives. What are we to make of that, even under, new political leadership, both at the presidential level as well as at the agency level?
So I think there's a lot of moving parts on this 1 year later, looking at the reform tables that the Secret Service just published last week that were some of the recommendations that came from the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs and then the House Task Force. Looking at, some of these things are things that existed 20 or more years ago that were things Secret Service should have been doing. All I can take away from that is things weren't properly put into some more stringent form of a policy in order to properly hold people accountable as you would in any organization. So in other words, well, I didn't do that, or I didn't know I was supposed to do that because there wasn't a policy for it. And I think all I can make this is that's a big piece of why we're seeing this and a failure to hold certain people accountable. And it's disappointing to see low-hanging fruit, be the biggest fall people in something like this when what we saw there was there is a chain of command that exists in the Secret Service. And so certainly junior people, if in fact they were put in charge of, working a big site that they had no experience in, then there should have been extreme supervisory oversight. And then in that case, it would be a lot easier to hold people account to some of these failures that occurred. But it doesn't appear so.
Well, there's two things to that. One, and it was the routine that Ron Rowe did before that Senate committee last year. Now, of course, he's since left to go, to go to a safe space with Michael Chertoff. But I digress. What he did last year was nobody's responsible because everybody's responsible. It was an agency failure, so nobody individually is responsible. I'm not going to rush your judgment. It's what Josh Hawley said too. But it takes 17 days to get a simple answer to an obvious question. You're the director of the CIA. It strains the bounds of credulity. So that's one thing. Nobody's really responsible because everybody's responsible. It's just a general agency failure, so everybody gets protected more or less. That's number one. Number two, what you just said, which is this idea that there wasn't a memo or a governing agency best practices statement, so I'm not allowed to use my judgment, or I'm not responsible for using poor judgment. I mean, that's sort of something that happens in government at the K through 12 level, at government agencies, generally speaking. Like unless it's in a handbook or there was a memo written by somebody, if the agency failed to properly document what to do in every possible exigent circumstance under the sun, then exercising bad judgment isn't bad judgment at all because I wasn't told what to do in advance.
No, you're 100% right, Dan. And part of that problem is coupled with the fact of, just some of the general, for lack of a better description, human resource laws and policies and guidelines that guide federal hiring and firing. I mean, the running joke when I was in there was it basically takes a felony in order to lose your job, being convicted of a felony. And that can't exist. It cannot exist in an organization like this that has a zero fail mission. And it can't exist in other parts of the government as well. Accountability, merit, being held to some level of, serious standards. That's what this is about. But it's been watered down. And certainly after this, it's extremely disappointing to see, that it has taken this long and yet we're still not seeing, as much information as we should see by now.
Was it Cheadle and Rowe and the previous administration? Is this a problem of identity politics and mediocrity that dates back prior to the previous administration in terms of diluting the quality of the agency and its personnel, or how do you explain that the downward trajectory of the Secret Service's performance, if you agree with that premise?
I absolutely think that's part of it. Well, 100%. I sat there in, I think it was 2007, 2008 in our headquarters having to attend certain meetings that had nothing to do with job performance or the quality of work or going out and doing advanced work like this. It had to do with all these other things that are special interest projects that we've seen get escalated over the years. And absolutely that has something to do with it. It wears on the people that are there that want to do a good job, expect to do a good job, but have to worry about these other inconsequential things as to the true performance of what the mission of the Secret Service is. And it's not just the Secret Service; it certainly exists in all of the agencies. That has to change, and it appears it's in the process of slowly changing with the new administration. But there's no question that this is not. What happened on July 13th, and I'm pretty sure I said it to you a year ago, is a culmination of a lot of many small catastrophic breakdowns that all came to a head on that day and were a result of not only general mission failure, but also human resource failure, training failure.
It also just seems like there's some maybe like general general lack of awareness of what is in place. I mean, the one hand, I use the cover that there's no best practices statement in place, so I don't know what to do. And then there is a best practices statement in place, and I still didn't do what I was supposed to do, and I'm not being held to account. And I mentioned this to Susan Crabtree yesterday. We had former FBI Special Agent Thomas Baker on the show earlier in the week, and he was part of the team that investigated the John Hinckley assassination attempt against Reagan. And one of the things that he said about this report that came out that suggests that they didn't know, the Secret Service didn't know how to get classified threat information that they received 10 days prior to July 13th down to the state and local. They didn't know how to, essentially process that information to get to state and local so that they could look at classified information. And Thomas Baker said, what are they talking about? We've had a protocol for that back 20 or 25 years where somebody at the state and local level, these interagency task forces, has a classified security clearance and so is able to review information from the federal agency that obtains this information so that they are looped in and there is that communication. And yet that didn't happen in this case in Butler.
Well, I find that having heard that now come out over the last several months, to be quite ludicrous, having had access to and worked with classified information in my career, something as serious as a threat to the president or a former president or a candidate can be watered down through the chain of command. It doesn't have to come out in the exact form.
Right. Yeah, right.
Classified information came. So the fact that somebody didn't get that information down to the planners is absolutely ridiculous. And things could be shared with the local and state law enforcement in a much more redacted way, if you will. So,
but you can communicate the gist of it, right? I mean, that's the important thing, right?
Absolutely. And if there's a threat in general, well, what more do you need? I mean, if there's specificity to the threat, certainly you should be looking for how to mitigate, something like that. But in general, like what's going on now, we see crowdfunding going on, calling for, further attacks. That's yes, it has to be corroborated, but it should be massive red flags. And so for anybody at the top to have gotten classified information, that should have made its way down to the planners in a way that, need to know it can be clean. And just say, listen, we're stepping things up here. We're going to go through more checks and balances. I mean, it's things as simple as that. And then that's where you get into the supervisory level here is they should have known, which means even if you're not yet telling that brand new agent who's responsible for doing one piece of this, you're then going to make sure, though, that they've done everything they should have done, knowing what you know at that little higher level or that little more piece of need to know to describe it simply. And it doesn't appear that happened.
Well, and the other thing, too, is, it's like when the most obvious things do not receive a credible explanation, mea culpa, just explain it. If people make mistakes, they make glaring mistakes. I get it. But they try to sort of make it overly complicated so that it's opaque. It gives you sort of like accountability theater. We looked at it. We had a task force. We had a commission. We examined it. There was some miscommunication. It's all very gobbledygook corporate speak. Why, elevated position with a view towards the podium where the president was going to be at. Why wasn't somebody there? Have we gotten like a simple, satisfactory human answer to that question?
No, I haven't heard one. And you're right. I mean, I've heard plenty of people accept responsibility for the overall failure of the day. And so with that, then it shouldn't be difficult to want to have transparency and accountability about what the specifics were of that failure. I quite frankly think it's embarrassing that you had to have all these blue ribbon panels and these other people that have little to no experience doing protection come out and make recommendations for the agency that's, really, in my opinion, the premier agency on doing this. They had a very, very bad day. But these things are all part of, organization 101 with over the years when things go wrong, we have to improve. We have to build those back in and learn and make it part of our training cycles and things like that. And if those weren't occurring over and over and over, then it is a cancer within the agency as far as its ability to reform.
With respect to the new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, your former colleagues, maybe current colleagues, are we turning a page here? I don't want to get too excited because I remember when Trump appointed Christopher Wray to replace Jim Comey, and that didn't work out nearly as well as advertised. And so just because it's a Trump appointee doesn't mean that the agency is going to be reformed down to the studs where perhaps that is required. What's your assessment?
So it's a great question. I think Secret Service is a little bit different than the FBI. You got to remember the current director spent a good chunk of his life daily in the presence of the now president and developed a very close relationship because of his job as the supervisor of his protective detail. Mm-hmm. And so I think it does speak volumes that, especially under the circumstances, that the president appointed Director Curran to lead the charge now. I think that should be encouraging to everyone. I think the fact that he, as the supervisor of that detail, went through what he went through on that day and leading up to it and then days that follow, I think will make him a better person to lead the Secret Service through this reform. And so I personally feel a lot better about it. I've heard good things from some of my colleagues that are still there. There's no negativity per se, but change did need to happen, and hopefully there's continued change that is going to occur.
Mike Olson is a retired Secret Service agent. He's also the co-founder and owner of 360 Security Services. That's 360security.services. Mike Olson, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your insights.
You're welcome, Dan. Have a great day.
You too, and he joined us on the Turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM560 sent you, and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling, doing it right since 1959.
If you're purchasing a new home or refinancing your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Corey called to consolidate his debt and was so happy with my advice, he left me this 5-star Google review. Quote, I was looking to pay off debt, so I reached out to David after listening to his radio show. David called me personally and walked me through my options. He shot it straight and there was no beating around the bush or pushing me to sign anything. If any of my family or friends need anything related to a mortgage, I'll give them David's number because you can't get better or more honest service. Thanks, Corey. I strongly encourage everyone to check out our close to 600 5-star Google reviews from listeners like Corey. Team Hochberg helped Corey and thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 1124061.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Carr Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Carr Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan Proft here. Thank you for joining us on this edition of Chicago's Morning Answer. Hope we piqued your interests and educated your palate and lit the fire in your gray matter. All of those things and more. Tomorrow we have featured, among others, retired FBI Special Agent Jim Fitzgerald, who's always informative. A lot to talk about with respect to the FBI. Again, it is 9 o'clock, AM 560 WIND Chicago. Thanks for being with us.
Vice President Vance